allegations from the COVID-19 recruiting case. Remember, Harbaugh's already taken a 3-game self-imposed suspension for that case. He faces additional suspension there. The significance of the NLA coming in that case is that Harbaugh is expected to face another level 1 violation for head coach responsibility in the Connor Stallions case. That could be an aggravated charge, Reese, because he'd be a repeat violator. That would mean a suspension that could come at a minimum of a half-game suspension. So moving forward for Jim Harbaugh, there are a lot of complications as those 2 NCAA cases with level 1 violations get worked through the system.
Hey, you look over the history of the NCAA investigations, and when they leveled that charge, not cooperated on the skating, I think in the Bruce Boone situation, when he was in Tennessee, it was over Aaron Craft coming to his house for a barbecue or something, and then he tried to mislead and believed into something huge. The little element of that with this case with Harbaugh. So how does that play into the situation now that Michigan has put out here that they're ready for him to sign a contract extension? Where do we stand on that?
Well, Reese, Michigan and Harbaugh have been talking for months about a contract, and there's really 2 complications that sources have told me about in this. One is Michigan obviously would want a big buyout for Harbaugh to leave the NFL. They don't want him to sign something that locked out the door weeks later. For Harbaugh, with these NCAA issues, there's complications with the language related to being fired for cause. They're going to be very careful about that. The sides right now are a bit of an impasse, and nothing is expected to happen until his NFL coaching cycle happens. We should brace for the 3rd straight year of Jim Harbaugh in the NFL cycle. There's 2 NFL jobs that Harbaugh has ties to, Reese. The Chargers and the Raiders, where he obviously played and then started his coaching career. Look for Harbaugh to seek an NFL job where he has some say or at least some synchronization with the general manager. That dynamic did not go well in San Francisco and led to his departure from that.
It did go well for a while.
Yeah, I know.
Restore his alma mater to greatness. You know, that was like almost how Schefter was describing it. Does he believe the mission is done with 3 straight conference football playoffs? How the season ends, I think, is a big indicator of what he's going to do. And, you know, he's a great ball coach. That's what looks happens. If you can relate to college kids and pro guys, you just can coach flat out. He is phenomenal as well. But you're right. College is out. He's awesome. He's a perfect fit.
Yeah, no question about that. Let's see if he can win 2 more games and bring Michigan a national title since 1997. Georgia won the last 2 of those. But they take on Florida State tonight. The Dogs, the ultimate ranking is number 1. This team can fall all the way out. Florida State, the first team to go undefeated in a Power 5 conference, not make it to the playoff. Some notable players who won't be there for Florida State. The top 3 skill guys in Vince McCollum. Most of those guys have been coached for years. Team Rodemaker, who stepped in, wasn't able to play in the ACC championship game, and then as they pursued people in the portal, decided to go to the portal himself. But Georgia's quarterback is probably coming back to the game next year.
Yeah, he's coming back to next year, which is obviously a big celebration.
Welcome to Hazard County. I mean the Peach Bowl, as these are, in fact, my live watch-along reactions. Thank you for tuning in and watching as Ole Miss, Penn State to kick off momentarily. Once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Hopefully everyone had a Merry Christmas or have a Happy New Year. I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. That's Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Hit the red subscribe button, notification bell next to it as well to stay up to date. Thumbs up button if you're hoping for a Penn State line victory today in their first ever Peach Bowl appearance. Share hashtag college football, hashtag Ole Miss, hashtag Penn State. It is a college football bowl season, so hashtag bowl games, hashtag bowl mania, hashtag bowl season as well when you share on social media. Chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, super likes, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated as well, as this video is powered by Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and the novel written by Nathan D. Mitchell, Dead and Hungry. And we'll get into the three of those a little bit later on. But as College Game Day is about to wrap up on ESPN, kickoff from Atlanta, Georgia, the 56th annual Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl between the Ole Miss Rebels and Penn State Lions coming up next. So once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Where to begin? Well, as mentioned, it's the 56th Peach Bowl, a first ever meeting, I might add, between the 10-2, 11th ranked Ole Miss Rebs, and of course the Black Shoes, Basic Blues, no names, all game, 10-2, 10th ranked Blue and White of the Penn State Lions. So should be a good game here for a 12 high noon kick, of course, on ESPN, as mentioned. Inside the Georgia Dome, if you will, the new Mercedes-Benz Stadium, home of the NFL's Atlanta Falcons. So Big Ten, SEC, sold-out bowl game, I might add, brought to you by Manning and Powers. First ever meeting, as mentioned once again, along with Penn State's first ever appearance in the Peach Bowl, as about 10 minutes away from kick, there's two head coaches, and James Franklin and Lane Kiffin, as they talk pregame. Ole Miss going to be in their road whites, Penn State in their home Black Shoes, Basic Blues. The Lions here today. Should be a good game. Penn State is a 4.5 point favorite. Over under is right at about 50. But as it's bowl season, Big Ten, SEC, we normally know how that shakes out. So we'll see what happens. Of course, that's why the game's being played. That was then. This is now. Ain't set on paper, set on field. So game day will go to break. They'll come back, make some picks, I assume, and then they'll, as they're out in Pasadena at the Granddaddy Mall, the Rose Bowl, for the college football playoff come Monday on New Year's, as we'll enter 2024. So hopefully, as mentioned, everyone had a Merry Christmas, have a Happy New Year as well. But it's Penn State won the Rose Bowl last year, back in the New Year's Six bowl game. First ever Peach Bowl appearance, but with a victory today, Penn State would become the first ever college football program in history. This is all time ever throughout the 150 plus years of the sport. Penn State would become the first ever college football program to win all major bowl games with a victory today in the Peach Bowl. So once again, we'll see what gives us always. I'm sure something will. Hoping for a good game. Should be a good game. It's really going to come down to Ole Miss's offense versus Penn State's defense. Keep an eye out for special teams. We'll get more into that a little bit later on. But yeah, first ever meeting with these two. They very well, could have paired up in recent years during bowl season, but just never have. I mean, it's really, the North versus the South. I'm not saying it's a civil war by any means, but as Mississippi is the deep South, that's Mississippi. Of course, Penn State located in Happy Valley, Central Pennsylvania. As they're coming down south into SEC country, it's sold out, yeah, but it's basically, even though Penn State's going to travel within the nation as well as they always do, it's basically a home game in Ole Miss's backyard. And like I said, we normally know how the bowl season shakes out for the Big Ten, especially up against the SEC. We'll see who gives that once again. But yeah, first ever meeting, as mentioned. Penn State first ever appearance in the Peach Bowl. The Lions are 17-7-1 all time combined in the other New Year's Six bowl games. That's the Rose, Fiesta, Cotton, Sugar, and Orange. Program Bowl record of 31-19-2 all time as well. And then with a win today, as mentioned, Penn State would become the first ever cultural bowl program to win all major bowl games. Which, you want to talk about an accomplishment, a huge feat. As Atlanta with little feet, yeah, that'd be big. Penn State first ever Peach Bowl. Ole Miss, they've played in 2 before. They're 1-1 in the previous matchups in this bowl game. However, they're searching for their first ever Ole Miss's 11-win season. Penn State's trying to go back-to-back in that regard, let alone X amount in the past decade under James Franklin. However, James Franklin, as the Penn State head coach, has not won 2 straight back-to-back consecutive bowl games, let alone Penn State hasn't won 2 straight bowl games since they won 3 in a row, 2005, 2006, 2007. So Ole Miss has that to their advantage. We'll get more into that a little bit later on as well. But, of course, Ole Miss, they went there. Penn State's going to work. Both teams are 10-2, as mentioned. Very intriguing matchup. I wouldn't necessarily say they're, more similar than they are different. They are in the regard of, they're both 10-2. They've both lost to total of, 4 teams that are ranked higher than them. As Ole Miss lost to Alabama and Georgia. Penn State lost to Ohio State and Michigan. So, and of course, 2 of those 4 are in the playoff, let alone just because of a loss this season on the outside looking in and then playing in a different bowl game. But, intriguing matchup. Like I said, however, though, I wouldn't necessarily say they're more similar than they are different, because just overall, the matchup today is going to be Ole Miss's offense versus Penn State's defense. Get into some stats here in that regard shortly as well. But Penn State's defense, as yes, they will be without Manny Diaz. He has since left the program to become the head coach at Duke. So best of luck to him, and thank you. As James Franklin, moving on to another offensive coordinator, the 6th in the past decade, but now only for the 4th time to a new defensive coordinator. Transition from the ones who have left before into the bowl game into the next season hasn't worked out for Penn State in the bowl game. If you know, you know, but he's had better success at sustaining, maintaining defensive coordinators than he has offensive coordinators. You go from, they had John Donovan, he was fired. Joe Moorhead was brought in, left to become a head coach. Ricky Ronnie was promoted, left to become a head coach. From Kirk Soraka to Mike Yursich, both being fired, let alone now Andy Kotelnicki from Kansas coming in, won't coach today, begin for the 2024 season. So that's the offense coordinator spotlight, if you will, for Penn State. In big games, the offense really, has never showed up under James Franklin, but at least recently, I'll say that. But as Jawan Sider and Ty Howell have been the interims co-offense coordinators past month and a half, they'll call the game once again today. So, of course, James Franklin at the helm, Sider and Howell at OC, and then with Manny Diaz leaving, back circle around where we began this part, with him leaving for Duke, Anthony Poindexter promoted to interim, and then Penn State, as you look at defense coordinator, Bob Shoop had left, and then Brent Pry was promoted. He left for Virginia Tech, is having success in Blacksburg with the Hokies. And then Manny Diaz was brought in. He just left for Duke. And now Tom Allen, not Tim, to infinity and beyond, but Tom Allen, the former Indiana Hoosier head coach, will now be the new Penn State defense coordinator moving forward. But Poindexter will be calling the shots today. So Penn State's defense, though, this season, they've led the nation. They're number one in the country in yards allowed. Penn State's defense has only given up 223 yards per game, which is the fewest since the 2011 national champion Alabama Crimson Tide that actually played and beat Penn State live right here in Happy Valley earlier in the season. Actually, the last matchup between the two as well, I might add. But Penn State also this season defensively, they recorded a new program record of 48 total sacks this season, from West Virginia to Delaware, Illinois, Iowa, Northwestern into October and November, and into the bowl game today, but surpassing the 47 total sacks that they added up in 2018, 1999, 1998, and 1979. And for what it's worth, I told you a month ago, as they take us from the Rose Bowl to the Peach Bowl, from College Game Day on ESPN to Ole Miss Penn State kicking off momentarily. Your classic Big Ten SEC bowl game. We'll get into Penn State versus the Southeastern Conference, let alone James Franklin against the SEC, let alone Ole Miss, because, of course, being the previous head coach at Vanderbilt before he took the Penn State gig in 2014. So there's an aerial shot of Atlanta, Mercedes-Benz Stadium, home of the NFL's Atlanta Falcons. Got the 10-2 Ole Miss Rebs and the 10-2 Penn State Nittany Lions. Both these teams would, in fact, be in the 12-team college football playoff. If there was a 12-team college football playoff this season, of course, this will be the final 4-team playoff year before they, switch and move into the 12-team format next season. We'll get into a discussion of, college football as a whole later on, and what's to come, of course, for Penn State as well, as they're donning their basic blues in this neutral site bowl game, of course, but in Ole Miss's backyard in SEC country. Other than a few bowl games, all the bowl games are, down south, Texas, or out west. It's just how it is. You don't really have a hell of a lot of bowl games, in the cold. There are a few now, but not many. Let alone at least for the Big Ten to go to, of course, because they're in the Midwest. Now we'll be out west, and then we'll have to see if and how much the bowl tie-ins change moving forward next year with all the conference realignment. Of course, the college football playoff going to 12 teams. You'll have first-round matchups at home. You'll have quarters, semis, and so on and so forth, the national championship. But as both teams are about to take the field here, we'll have Mark Jones and Lewis Riddick on the call for ESPN, as we're in hot Atlanta, Georgia. Quint Kesnick will be on the sideline. This will be Penn State's first game on ESPN this season, and their first since the Rose Bowl last year, of course, because the Big Ten is now exclusive to, the Big Ten Network for one, but CBS, Fox, and NBC. Kickoff coming up shortly. They say a sold-out crowd. I mean, of course, that's because all tickets sold, but how the secondary market works. I'm sure there's going to be a few empty seats, but Chick-fil-A, Peach Bowl, I could go for some chicken and peaches right about now. But they say happy holidays. So once again, hopefully everyone had a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Holidays if you're one of those people. But they're going to preview the game. For what it's worth, I'm going to roll on with my preview. And as I was saying, I told you a month ago I'd look into what I'm about to say next. Coming off the Penn State shutout win at Michigan State in Motown, Detroit, Michigan at Ford Field, home of the Detroit Lions. So Penn State's back-to-back home games inside of a dome, let alone an NFL stadium for that matter. But when was last time, because Penn State at that point shutting out Iowa and UMass, they also shut out the Spartans, Michigan State. When was last time Penn State had 3 shutouts in one season? Well, here's your answer. It was 1978 up until this season. And then I went a little further. The last time Penn State had 4 shutouts, make it 1958. 5, actually 6, 1947. The Penn State team that went to the Cotton Bowl, and Wally Triplett became the first African-American college football player to play in a bowl game. Of course, then went on to become the first African-American drafted into the National Football League, I might add, as well. And that's, of course, where the We Are Penn State chant originated from, as Penn State said, no, we are Penn State. It's all of us or none of us. And then the shutouts continued the whole way back to the turn of the century in the early 1900s. They had 7 shutout games in 1912, and then 8 in 1905 and 1906. And I might add, for those total of 16 games, all of them were shutout wins, okay? In both seasons, just not one or the other, both seasons. So they went back-to-back years. Of course, they didn't play as many games back then, but you get my point. I mean, that's pretty fucking impressive. I went down a rabbit hole one night with trying to figure out, Penn State's last time they had 3 shutouts, and then just went the whole way back throughout program history. As here come the Nittany Lions. Yeah, Penn State would become, once again, the first ever college football program to win all major bowl games. They've never played in the Peach Bowl, so they never had a chance to win this game until now. So, yeah, from the Rose to the Fiesta to the Cotton to the Sugar and the Orange, Penn State's in the Peach Bowl for the first time today. So, with all that being said, from Ole Miss offense, Penn State's defense, and the Nittany Lions being a 4.5-point favorite, over underrated about 50 as mentioned. Keep an eye on special teams today, okay? Keep an eye on special teams. Whether that's with field position, whether that's taking points when you can get them with field goals, let alone, a return of some sorts in the kickoff or punt game. Keep an eye on special teams. And then Yong, however you want to pronounce it, the panda at the Atlanta Zoo, I might add. He picked, she picked, whatever gender it is in this crazy world we live in nowadays, even though there's only 2 genders, male and female, none other. Yes, I said what I said, so, pound sand if you disagree. But the Panda, picked Penn State to defeat Lane Kiffin and Ole Miss today in this Peach Bowl. So Lane Kiffin, quite a character, to say the least. As James Franklin was interviewed pregame, Kiffin as well, as he was on College Game Day. But his social media antics, is sort of what he's been known for recently. But he's had quite a career. He has. I mean, he's in his 4th season in Oxford. Of course, previously at USC as assistant under Pete Carroll. Then went to the NFL, became the Raiders head coach. Was with Tennessee Vols for a year. Then Pete Carroll left for the NFL. been in Seattle ever since. Lane Kiffin left Knoxville for SC, was then fired on the tarmac of LAX about a decade or so ago, rejuvenated his career as the offense coordinator at Alabama under Nick Saban, got the Florida Atlantic gig, and then left for Ole Miss, and he's been in the Deep South for the past 4 years and their fourth consecutive bowl game. And of course, he's the son of Monty Kiffin, who's famous for the Tampa 2 defense. So we'll have to see if we get that coverage at all today by either team. As mentioned, Penn State's the designated home team, of course, because they're ranked higher at 10 than Ole Miss at 11. It doesn't matter, but because you can still pick, what you want to wear. So yeah, Penn State will be wearing their basic blues in the city that honors traditions in college football, unlike any other. Of course, speaking of the College Football Hall of Fame, that's right down the road from the stadium, in which both teams actually went and visited this past week. So there's that for you. Of course, college football is changing. And the Peach Bowl is actually selected, among other bowl games, to test in-helmet communication that, of course, we see in the NFL, but now just starting to make waves in college football because of, sign stealings, scandals, and so on and so forth. As the bands have made the trip as well. Penn State's on to kick off, so Ole Miss will receive. But with that in-helmet communication, in a test mode during the college football bowl games right now, both teams had to agree. They couldn't come to an agreement. Penn State wanted to. They said yes. Ole Miss said no. So neither of them get to use it. It's, back to the basics. Keep it as it's been. Just basic, college football signs on the sideline. So Gebewusu with a touchback on the opening kickoff here as we begin the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl with Ole Miss and Penn State. 1st and 10 Rebs at the 25-yard line. They'll be going right to left across your television screen, ready on our dial. Penn State will get the ball to begin the second half as they kicked off there. So 1st and 10. And we'll see how this Penn State defense fares against these Ole Miss offense. That's very high powered with Jackson Dart at quarterback. Penn State with tackle for loss. Adese Isaac for 3 yards on the opening play. And Dart right off the bat holding his left leg as he, would have landed awkwardly on the tackle. But 2nd and 13 here. Out of the gun, pressure, Dart's passing complete. Good coverage by Curtis Jacobs. So 3rd and long for Ole Miss, 30 seconds in. And we'll see if the Penn State defense can get off the field. We'll continue on with some pregame notes momentarily, so stay tuned. But thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. 3rd and 13 for Ole Miss. Ball at the 22-yard line. Here at the end of 2023, they've got trips far side, top of your screen. And out of the gun once more. They get pressure. It's going to be picked off. Penn State picks it off. Pressure into a turnover. Can they capitalize? Boom, 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 boom. Crowd going nuts. It's sold out. Looks split, but it seems like it might be a Penn State home game. And yeah, just a throwaway as he was getting drilled, and you just can't leave it up there like that. It might have hit the ground. Look at a replay here. Remember, his interception on the field. Had to find any bit of evidence to overturn it. So they'll think about it. Hopefully they tell us something good as previous plays under further review, but it's going to be an interception for the time being. And then Penn State's going to have the ball, 1st and 10, about 30, 35-yard line, knocking on the door. But yeah, it did look like potentially the ball hit the ground. So it might get overturned, might be incomplete. Ole Miss punts then. Penn State gets the ball. Going to have to drive. But we'll see what these Pac-12 refs have to say. As Roscoe P. Coltrane will be your white capper today. But yeah, I mean, they said catch an interception on the field, but they will overturn it. It's reversed, incomplete. So fourth down, Ole Miss, fourth and long. They'll punt, Penn State at the ball for the first time here, but Jackson Dart getting checked out in the medical tent on the sideline after a potential injury on the opening play, and then more pressure, and then the interception that gets overturned. But of course, couldn't have asked for a better start for the Penn State defense there, no doubt about it. Daquan Hardy going to be back deep to receive this punt. Of course, returned a few for touchdowns earlier this season. I said earlier, keep an eye on special teams. We'll see how it shakes out, but Ole Miss the punt. And it'll bounce about 35-yard line. Let it go. Out of bounds, about 27-yard line or so. Yeah, Penn State ball, 1st and 10 from there. So, I mean, really you look at it, both teams with about the same starting field position here. 27-yard line to begin the game. We'll see how this Penn State offense is this evening. This afternoon, I should say. Be evening by the time this game gets over with. I mean, it should get started 4 o'clock now. But just good old boys in the backfield with Katron Allen and Nick Singleton, with Drew Aller in the gun with one to his left, one to his right. Who's getting it? It'll be Singleton on a counter near side, and he gets 12 yards right off the bat. First down, Penn State. So they'll move the sticks and might be coming back, though, for a hold with a penalty on the play. Holding on Penn State, 10 yards. They'll replay it down, make it 1st and 20, back to the 17 now. And that was on Oos. But as Penn State, of course, in the world we live in with the bowl games and opt-outs nowadays, they are without a few players. Olu not playing up front on the offensive line. And then on defense, it's Chop Robinson coming off the edge, and no Kalen King or Johnny Dixon. That pass over the middle, high, incomplete, intended for Tyler Warren. So 2nd and 20 here now for Penn State. That holding call, of course, cost them first down on the 12-yard run on the opening play. Is what it is. As long as the refs are calling it down the middle, I don't have a problem with it. But yeah, that 10-yard hold on the penalty hurt them, to say the least. So 2nd and 20, they're really spread out offensively. As Aller will get the snap, handoff again to Singleton, and hey, he gets those penalty yards back and then some. Going to be just short of the line of game. It'll be about 3rd and 3 coming up now for Penn State. Just get a first down and then go from there. Maybe take a shot afterwards, but just keep running it. Wear them out defensively. Of course, it starts up front. You got to be able to block around the football, protect the quarterback. Just, of course, don't do anything stupid. No penalties. I get, okay, holding happens on every play. They called it. Back your ass up. Now you got a 3rd and 2 handoff, first down. Singleton out to the 45. So, all right, now they got a little bit of breathing room. Got some momentum starting to build up. I'd keep running here, but of course, good on the middle of the field to your tight ends. Tight ends truly have been Penn State's #1 receiver this season, from Theo Johnson and Tyler Warren to Khalil Dinkins. Of course, you have Kendra Lambert-Smith at wide receiver, but then it really drops off after him. Even though they have depth all season long, nobody took the reins of, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th receivers. That pass going to be caught. Warren, far side, first down, Penn State, in front of their home sideline. So they're starting to build. One thing, of course, at a time. Keep it simple, balance, consistency. Don't turn the ball over, which they really haven't this season. That's why they're plus 18 in the turnover margin, which leads the nation. Ole Miss right about half of that. Trips near side. Warren going to motion into block. And they'll hand off to the fat man. Katron Allen to the 39-yard line. So second and about 5 or so coming up here, a couple minutes in. Got a late whistle. We'll see what that is. As they go over some do's and don'ts. For what it's worth, well, we're not playing. They are. So we'll see how these coaches coach and how these players play today. We can talk, but we're not walking the walk. They are. So hopefully Penn State can keep this drive going and put some early points on the board. Aller out of the gun. 2nd and 5 officially. Handoff, fat man up the middle. 25-20. And then brought down to 15. Aller almost had a nice block, but the DB was able to run in and make the tackle. And they do at times work better with going hurry up. I mean, he very well could have kept it himself, got a first down run, but you hand off to your back, who one's going to be faster than you because he's a running back. But keep it up. 1st and 10 inside the Del Grosso red zone at the 15-yard line. Keep running it. Pound it in. Aller will throw. Gets drilled. Pass incomplete. Intended for Warren at the goal line, but got lucky on that one. And very well could have been a strip sack fumble, let alone picked off. Luckily, it falls incomplete for Penn State. So, incomplete. 2nd and 10 here. 10:09 to play in the opening quarter. As Ole Miss went 3 and out and had to punt. Penn State almost had an interception, but it was overturned. It was incomplete after further review. But then with the punt, they've gone almost 75 yards here as they're knocking on the door. Hopefully they won't have to keep it knocking for long. But 2nd and 10, Penn State out of the pistol handoff. Singleton, 6 yards or so up the middle. Under 10 now to play in the opening quarter here. 3rd and short. If you got to settle for 3, take your points. But hopefully they can punch this in. At least get a 1st and goal. Maybe run some wing tee. 3rd and 4 for Penn State. Ball at the 9. They need the 5. Johnson in motion. And Aller looking near side on a slant. It's caught and then dropped at the 1. And that's Harrison Wallace. Okay, good to see him back. I did not know he was healthy and going to be playing today. He has not played in a good month and a half to 2. Franklin wanted a penalty on the defense. Not going to get it. Yeah, he dropped it. So take the points, kick a field goal here. Alex Falcons on for 3. It'll be about a 27, 28-yarder. Snap, hold, kick, up and good. Penn State leads Ole Miss 3-0 here early in the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl with 9:17 to play in the opening quarter. So, all right, they at least get points out of it. Could have had a short field with the interception. It was overturned. They had the drive. They did just that anyway. Get a field goal and still got to be able to execute. Whether there should have been a flag called or not, who knows? They didn't. You play on. It just is what it is. Just with the refs, hopefully they don't, try to control the game as always, and then decide the outcome as they, sometimes love to do. As long as they call it down the middle, I don't have a problem with it. So, yeah, 3-0 Penn State here, 9:17 to play in the first. Ole Miss going to get the ball back. Who knows how Jackson Dart is health-wise after a potential injury scare on the opening drive. But more pressure from this Penn State defense. Keep it up. Right now the difference is the run game. Ole Miss went 3 and out, tackle for loss on the opening play, and then 2 incompletions with one being a pick, and then it was overturned and they punt. But Penn State was able to run the football pretty consistently on that opening drive. And then, you work in the pass. You got to be balanced. You got to be consistent. They were able to, march on down. Okay, you take your points. You kick a field goal, you're up 3-0. You don't know when you're going to need those 3 points later. So you'd rather, have them than need them later. As Franklin was, quoted saying, points come at a premium. You take them, but going back to that, you don't want to chase them. And that's what they were doing at that point in time. Because, once again, if they are at premium, you fucking take them, right? Yes, you don't chase. So 3-0 Penn State. Pull up some stats and scores momentarily. This is live, the only game on in the college football world right now. Got a few other bowl games coming up later today and on Monday. Happy New Year to everyone. As the NFL will have Week 17 tomorrow. We'll go from 3-0 Penn State on top of Ole Miss to a kickoff, but we'll get more into all that a little bit later on, so stay tuned. But both teams have been off for over a month. Ole Miss last played on Thanksgiving night, Penn State on Black Friday. Here we are 5 days after Christmas on a date in which Penn State has never lost, I might add. They're 2-0-1 on December the 30th. I swear to God, I'm fucking bugged. Speaking of the devil, shake off the rust. The last game for Ole Miss and Penn State, November the 23rd and 24th, respectively. Here we are December the 30th. But yeah, Penn State on December the 30th. They're 2-0-1 all time with a win in the Gator Bowl, a tie in the Gator Bowl, and then a win in the Fiesta Bowl. So, 1st and 10, Ole Miss. Dart in at quarterback. Ball 25-yard line after touchback. More pressure. And then the slant's caught, and then tackle by KJ Kevin Winston. They'll go hurry up. Ball at the 37-yard line, 1st and 10 Rebs. See if the Penn State boys in blue blow the bugle and not have to hear a lot of the Rebel yell today by any means, but good coverage by Penn State. Winston again, he's been playing his tail off recently. So incomplete, 2nd and 10. Surprised they didn't throw a flag on that, but they're letting them play. They are. They very well could have had a PI on Ole Miss at the goal line. Penn State has a 1st and goal. They punched it in for a touchdown, potentially rather than set up for 3. Let alone, Ole Miss gets a call there and, get another 1st down. But incomplete, 2nd and 10, slant, high, complete, near side. Ole Miss having recently sent a few big-bodied receivers to the National Football League, and A.J. Brown and D.K. Metcalf, number 9, seemingly one of them next in line, if you will. But 1st and 10 from the 48. Will somebody cover his ass? They go deep down the middle, and then Daquan Hardy on the coverage, along with the tackle, along with Winston. They're in the red zone just like that. So this Penn State defense, if this keeps up, they might be in for a long game. But you're going to make some fucking plays. Really, it's the pressure, but this is a quick pass. And that's how they're getting beat. Good coverage there. So, incomplete, 2nd and 10. but Ole Miss in field goal range, potentially, drive stalls, settle for 3 themselves, tie it up the field goal. But yeah, with Chop Robinson out at DN for Penn State. I mean, of course, you still have DC Isaac, but it's denied down to Sutton coming off the other edge. They toss it near side. Kobe King on the tackle. Of course, his twin brother Kalen opted out, will not be playing today. Johnny Dixon not with the team, so I don't know what's up with that. So give me a hell yeah. It's 3rd and 16 here for Ole Miss. This Penn State defense, well, they just jumped off sides. That's 35 yards and a free play. They actually do blow it dead, though, as Ole Miss scores, but they just blew it dead. They'll replay it down and be 3rd and 11. So no touchdown. And Ole Miss, yeah, offside Penn State. Ole Miss going to be pissed off about that. But they blew it dead. You could hear the whistles, before the play continued on. So very loud boos. Yeah, it's sold out Peach Bowl. All 110,000 in the nation, and all the Rebels from Oxford fitting inside of a 70,000 seat NFL stadium. They might just jumped off sides again. They're going deep in the end zone. Too much incomplete. 4th down. So there's nothing on that. Ole Miss going to have to kick the field goal. But Penn State's jumping, it seems like, because of Ole Miss's count. And I don't think the refs are going to be putting up with that, because that could go either way. So we'll see here. But Ole Miss field goal to tie it at 3 from the left hash, kick up and good. So we're tied at 3 with 7 and change to play in this opening quarter. And it's getting a little feisty. It's getting chippy. And we still got a lot of football to be played, folks. So thanks for tuning in and watching. But, 3-3 here early. Penn State's going to have to cover that quick pass. Really the slant, let alone the deep ball down the seam, down the middle of the field. Or else they're getting beat. Because they got beat, a couple times there, and then Ole Miss was able to get in field goal range to kick it after the drive stalled for whatever, reason you want to put behind it. But see what Penn State, can do next, with truly their first drive off of a break with a kickoff. Of course, got a 3-0 to begin the game. Drove 75 yards off the punt and kicked the field goal. These refs are letting them play, though. Pac-12 refs that will become free agents after this season, because, of course, the conference is going to be extinct. As a few teams will be joining the Big Ten, among other conferences. We'll get more into that later, but still early, still a lot of football to be played. 3-3, so we'll see what gives. Truly, I think Penn State, they'll be in trouble if they can't stop that slant and that deep ball down the middle defensively. But offensively, hell, if this game turns into a shootout, okay. I think, a little slow early. Penn State drove, kick field goal, missed response with 1. Starting to pick up some pace. It'll slow down again eventually. When, I don't know. We'll see. But from a shootout to a low-scoring defensive showdown, it's probably going to be somewhere in between. Because both these teams can score. They can. But it's truly, I think, going to come down to turnovers and time of possession. Penn State's undefeated when they've held the ball for more than 30 minutes. Okay, keep that in mind. But offensively, if they can run the football, not doing anything stupid. Drew Aller's only had one turnover the whole entire season. There's an interception against Indiana, against Tom Allen's defense, and now Tom Allen's going to be Penn State's new defense coordinator next year. They're plus 18 in the turnover margin. They almost got one on the opening drive. Could have had a short field, could have capitalized. Still got the ball back, and still, of course, got a field goal. Ole Miss gets a field goal out of it too. So, yeah, these refs are letting them play. Both head coaches are a little pissed off, though, no doubt about it. They're having some words with the refs. So we'll see how much longer this, of course, goes on for. If it ever stops, or if it does, what side are they calling it? Hopefully it's down the middle. Ole Miss on the kickoff. And whoever returned from 2 yards deep for Penn State, and that was a bad decision. Should have took a touchback. That's about a 10-yard difference right there. Big hit by Ole Miss as well. So now they're going to have some momentum on their side. It might be one of those games. It's just back and forth, back and forth. Maybe, shootout with a lot of scoring. Maybe not, but it's, swings, waves of emotions with momentum. So, big hit on the kickoff return. Be 1st and 10, Penn State from about 15-yard line or so. Yeah, probably should have took a touchback, but well, it is what it is. They take commercial break on their TV timeout here, so we'll get back to the action shortly. Once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button, share. Hashtag college football. Hashtag Ole Miss. Hashtag Penn State. Chat questions and comments. Super chat, super sticker, super like, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated as well. So, with everything I've already said, here's some more for you. Yeah. The opt-outs in bowl season for college football, of course, were never a thing, and they've become a thing, and now they've, become a thorn in everyone's side, because come bowl season, you have all these opt-outs. Your team in that bowl game, even though you are who you are, ain't who you've been all season long, to put it nicely. But Penn State, they've done well with not having a hell of a lot of opt-outs. Have a few in this game, though, as mentioned. It'll be Olu Foshnu on the offensive line at tackle, as he'll be going to the NFL. And then defensively for Penn State, Chop Robinson at defensive end, along with Kalen King, and then Johnny Dixon not with the team. Like I said, don't know what's up with that, so not with the team for whatever reason. And then everyone else that's either leaving for the NFL, they did have a few players in our transfer portal, but not many. Let alone, not many that opted out here. Ole Miss maybe about the same with opt-outs. But, yeah, everyone else that's either leaving for the NFL or staying, coming back next year will, in fact, still be playing today, to my knowledge. Was, thrown for a loop there for a second. I mean, I was not expecting to see Harrison Wallace at wide receiver for Penn State. He was the number 2 wide receiver behind Kendra Lambert-Smith, but then went down with an injury, and then there was nobody that stepped up, even though they have the depth at wide receiver, nobody that stepped up and was making consistent plays. That's why the tight ends for Penn State truly at times been the number 1, 2, 3 receiver for the Nittany Lion offense this season. But good to see Wallace back. So, I mean, all right. Offensive line still damn good. Best has been in quite a while. Drew Aller, quarterback, not turning the ball over. They have a strong running game, a 1-2 punch with Allen and Singleton. You have Trey Potts as well. Can't forget about Bo Perbula at quarterback. They have some packages for him. But Lambert, Smith, and Wallace at wide receiver. Then on to the tight ends. It looks like Malik McLean and Liam Clifford are in at wide receiver right now. Handoff out of the pistol to the fat man for about 5 yards. So second down and medium coming up here for Penn State. But just, yeah, one play at a time here. See, the thing about opt-outs that I don't like, and this gets even worse now, because he's in uniform on the sideline, yet he's not even fucking playing. Why? Okay? I get you don't want to get hurt. You're still going to be in the NFL. But, you've played the whole entire season up to this point. What's one more game? Play with your brothers, play with your team. But with the opt-outs, what pisses me off is they'll opt out yet still show up, be on the sideline, not playing though. Well, and this is even worse because he's in fucking pads on the sideline. Hand off on the draw, no gain on the play, 3rd and 4 coming up. So, no, but yeah, they have depth at wide receiver. They just haven't had anybody step the hell up and make any, consistent plays behind Lambert Smith, and then Harrison Wallace, but he was hurt, and then you go on to the tight ends, Theo Johnson, Tyler Warren, Khalil Dinkins. But, I mean, once again, they have the depth. They, of course, with recruiting, have built from the ground up, old school, rather than the transfer portal, kind of way, even though they do have, a few kids from other schools. Aller, good decision to tuck it and run on 3rd and 4. Nobody was open, gets a big first down and run, and they'll move the sticks and keep this drive alive rather than going 3 and out. So, just overall, I mean, because it's not like they haven't played the guys, They've all gotten their fair share of playing time, but nobody's, stepped up and been consistent in that regard at wide receiver behind the top 1 or 2 guys, because then it trickles down to the tight ends. That tight end screen tipped, so incomplete. 2nd and 10, they probably lucked out again on their potential turnover. So 2nd and 10 coming up for Penn State, 5:02 to play in this opening quarter. Why not take a shot? Why not take a shot here? And out of the diamond, from the 28, they'll hand off, and Singleton only gets about a yard, so 3rd and 9 coming up. Gonna have to punt here if they can't convert. But then you play field position. You pin Ole Miss deep. Hopefully you can get off the field defensively like you did early on the opening drive, quick 3 and out with pressure into potential turnover. And then you get the ball back and, you work from there. Because, you live to play another down in the sport of football at times. Take what the defense gives you here, too. 3rd and 9 from 29. Aller in the gun. Motion Singleton to step up and block. And Aller far side on a comeback, incomplete, intended for Omari Evans, the wide receiver from Killeen, Texas. So they will punt. Ole Miss going to get the ball and try to take their first lead. So we'll see about this Penn State defense. But Riley Thompson on to boom it away. He's senior plus, but he's, as Penn State makes a tackle right away on the punt return. 1st and 10 Ole Miss, 4:01 to play in this opening quarter. Tied at 3, so both teams, of course, all 3 timeouts remaining. There's a lot of puppy dogs. That one sniffing out, you know what, but but yeah, who's going to be the dog, today for Penn State? It's not about the size of the dog in the fight. It's about the size of the fight in the dog, if you will. So, no, but what was I saying? Yeah, I mean, okay, they punt, playing field position. Yeah, Riley Thompson, he's a senior plus. Actually would have played for Lane Kiffin, if I'm not mistaken, at Florida Atlantic. Transferred to Penn State into this season, but somehow, some way, beats the hell out of me. I have no idea. but he's gotten another few extra years of eligibility, so he'll be back at punter for the brand for Penn State for years to come. So they won't have to worry about, having a bad punter, because he's been pretty stout, to say the least. And Falcons, I mean, it took the special teams unit a few weeks to really figure out, okay, he's the guy earlier this season, kicker. As he kicks field goals, but Gabe Owusu kicks off because he's got a cannon of a leg to boom it deep, and you don't want to return, you want a touchback. So commercial break, we'll get back to action here shortly. First 10 Ole Miss after that Penn State punt, tied at 3. Just talking about the opt-outs. So I mean, you still play with who you have. Like, now it's time to put up or shut up, make a name for yourself in a situation like this. But Penn State, of course, is high-powered as they are in athletics. Of course, it starts in the classroom, though, with academics. They had a 93% graduation rate this season, which blew my mind when it said it was a program record. Because Penn State's always at the top in academics to begin with. But then to say program record, that's pretty impressive. So kudos to the kids. So first and 10 Ole Miss. Ball, 22, 23-yard line after the Penn State punt. As both teams actually practice at Georgia Tech's facilities this week, along with inside the stadium here. That pass incomplete near side. Out of bounds, 2nd and 10. But yeah, Penn State's defense here, hoping at least they're going to be in hot pursuit. I love it, of Jackson Dart. And of course, they had pressure early. Almost had an interception. Did give up 3 to tie it. Back to more pressure. Sack. Ball's on the ground. Fumble. Penn State has it. First down, Nittany Lions. Adisa Isaac on the recovery, and hey, I love it some more. Penn State's defense in hot pursuit of Ole Miss, and now they're setting up shop. First and 10, right on the 20. It looks like Del Grosso red zone, best sauce. Let's see if they can stir the pot and score some fucking points here and extend the lead. Abdul Carter with the hit, strip sack, and Isaac on the recovery. So first and 10, Nittany Lions. And now they reverse it again. It's incomplete. That's twice now. 2 Ole Miss turnovers have been overturned. I don't know about that. I'll live with the interception that hit the ground. But that's a fumble. I mean, of course, that's tuck roll for you. They say incomplete, yet it's first and 10. How is that possible? It is not first and 10. Thank you. It's 3rd and 10 from the 23. So no fumble, Ole Miss, pass complete, first down. God damn it. Ball out to the 45-yard line. So they can't catch a break with the injury, or not the injury, excuse me. But some opt-outs, you still play with who you have. Really ain't that big of a deal. It's not. But potential turnovers. That's twice now. 12 minutes in, and real quick on reviews, they've overturned it. Of course, okay, it's clear and obvious, and then it wasn't. But like I said, I'll live with that interception. That toss goes for 3 yards near side. That wasn't an interception. They overturned it. It was incomplete because it clearly hit the ground. That looked like a fumble, and Penn State recovered, but now the defense is going to have to get the hell off the field. God damn. 3rd and 3. Ball right around midfield here. out of the pistol. I mean, they've done a good job at stopping the run. They have. And Carter wraps him up in the backfield along with Isaac. Daquan Hardy officially pushes him out to seal it up. So 4th and short, they'll punt. Now you're really playing field position. Penn State's going to be pinned deep. Whatever you do, don't jump off sides. Don't block it, okay, but running into the punter is a 5-yard penalty, automatic first down. Roughings, 15, automatic first down. It's 4th and 2. Do not jump off sides. And watch for a fake. Knowing fucking Lane Kiffin, right around midfield, get momentum on his side. He doesn't care if it's early or late. They're actually going to go for it. And it's a trick play, and it's caught. First down. And to the 32-yard line he goes. And that was a play I remember ran in the Super Bowl. And Tom Brady actually dropped the ball against the Eagles. As they snapped it to one of the biggest men on earth. And then he lateraled it to a motion man who then threw it to the receiver in Jackson Dart, who makes the catch and a first down for Ole Miss at the 32-yard line. So now they have momentum still on their side, but Penn State makes a tackle. No gain on the play. So just talk about a sequence. Talk about being caught off guard for one, but son of a bitch. Just overall, from this drive starting to where it's at now and everything that's happened, they go deep. Somebody cover his ass. Jesus Christ. He has about 5 catches for times 10 amount of yards, and they'll have a 1st and goal inside the 10. Under a minute to play in this opening quarter. This will probably be the final play of the quarter, to be honest with you. Unless they go hurry up. 1st and goal from the 6. That pass caught, and Ole Miss walks in, touchdown. Son of a bitch. They get a turnover, it gets overturned. Whether it was a fumble, whether it was incomplete, defense still didn't get off the field, and Ole Miss just drove and scored. So they have now scored 9, probably make it 10 unanswered here. Unless they go for 2, make it, an 8-point game. But just frustrating is what that is right there. I mean, you had them, and then you let them off the hook, So the extra point going to be up and good, 10-3 Ole Miss with 30 seconds to play in the first. Penn State can get the ball back. Now it's your time to respond. Just like they did to you with the opening field goal. Tied it at 3, and then just is what it is. I mean, what can you fucking do? Just frustrating, You had them, and you had them. That's the thing. But then you don't, Like, how in the hell did this happen? Well, this and that add up, and yeah, they just couldn't make a stop defensively. And Ole Miss now has momentum on their side. And must be hot on the sideline with all the momentum. They got to blow some smoke out. Just, of course, you can't let this get the better of you. You got to keep at it. Still early, still a lot of football to be played. It's not the end of the world. You play on. You just can't let that, become a every play, every drive occurrence, then your odds are stacked up against it. You're up against a brick wall and fighting back. So Penn State is trailing for the first time since, I believe, the Michigan game, if I'm not mistaken, here right now. As they actually show off the graphic for the college football playoff, Rose and Sugar Bowl, Michigan, Alabama, Washington, Texas on Monday. First and 10, lines on the 25-yard line. So how do they respond? I'll take field goal, cut the lead. But, you know, it might come down to you can't be taking 3 when you need 7, especially when, you know, they're getting 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, and maybe a field goal here and there. Another flag on the play on a first down run by Penn State. And it's probably coming back again for another fucking hold. Jesus fucking Christ. These goddamn Pac-12 refs. No wonder the fucking conference is going out of business. God damn. It wasn't the fucking schools leaving. It was because of how bad the officiating is. So that's 2 penalties on holds that have cost Penn State first downs. 2 potential turnovers that, you know, really only led to 7 Ole Miss points, but would have given Penn State, you know, a short field. Make it 1st and 15 now, back of the 20. Holding's 10 yards. Why was that a 5-yard penalty? They'll snap at the end of the quarter. It should be 1st and 20, not 1st and 15. I don't know if that's right. Aller's pass, complete. Tyler Warren, what a catch. And he's out past midfield. What a fucking play. Off to the races in a foot race to the 20, 15, 10, down to the 5, and they'll have a 1st and goal to begin the second quarter. Looking to tie this game up. Wow. Holy shit. Hallelujah. Where's the fucking Tylenol at there, Clark? What the hell just happened? He should have been sacked, let alone it should have been picked off, but it was tipped to himself. He caught it and just boom, as he had a convoy. And yeah, 1st and goal Penn State when we return to begin the second quarter, looking to tie it at 10. They definitely drew it up that way. Most definitely. That's the 1 out of 100 times that happens. Shit. Wow. I'll take it, no doubt about it. Now run the wing tee and punch this sucker in and score some more points, tie this game up. Which way is it going to be going is the question. Near side or far side? Of course, they'll be switching ends. They'll be going right to left now. Crush, telephone screen right now, Dow. The way Ole Miss was in the first quarter. To the Ole Miss end zone. But what a play. What a play. I mean, one, to have the balls to throw that. You got to make a play, though. But the vision, and then really, I mean, it was all Tyler Warren. I mean, seeing the ball get tipped, I got to catch this so it doesn't get picked off. Let alone, okay, and then run with it afterwards. That's why, surprised, I don't think anybody thought he was going to, you know, run for as far as he ran. You know, run, Forrest, run, for God's sakes. But now you got to capitalize off of this big play. Which, I mean, yeah, that's going to go down as a long pass. Really, it was a dump off. And the rest was, you know, yak. Yards after catch. And because they've had maybe a handful of deep balls go their way this season. It's all about execution. But just now overall, you got first goal. Don't do anything stupid. Don't be turning the ball over. Don't get fucking special and run some fucking trick play here. Just because Ole Miss did it doesn't mean you got to do it too. Stick to your fucking roots, okay? Stick to, you know, what you know is going to work. Of course, try to keep them off balance, you know, keep them on edge, on their toes, if you will, or on their heels, excuse me. You want to be on your toes running downhill, you know, hopefully punching in here. So, big play. Yeah, they've had explosive plays in the run game workout this year, but A 76-yard pass from Aller to Warren. First and goal, Penn State, out of the pistol, Singleton behind Aller. And Warren will motion in. Run it. Run the goddamn ball. They will, but no gain on the play. Second goal from the 5. They might have to throw. They might. But then what's the pass? Another slant. Maybe get a call this time as he did it earlier. Whatever you do, don't throw a fucking fade. I hate fades. Even though they probably will, because everybody does. Probably why I fucking hate them, because everybody runs them, and they think it always works out, yet it really never does. And then you wonder why it gets picked off in the end zone, and then it's, a turnover. But second goal now, Penn State from the 6. Well, go right back to the tight ends. Aller looking to throw, going to roll out far side, and throws out of bounds, incomplete. So third and goal, good pressure by Ole Miss, got to give them credit. But don't tell me now you can't punch this in. After that, and you're gonna stall and get stuffed and gonna settle for 3. I'll take the field goal if it comes down to it. Of course, kick it. But man, oh man, I mean, come on, man. Just how in the hell can you not score? Punch it in. Bo Pregame at quarterback. So we'll see what this is. Third and goal from the 6. And it's a quarterback draw. Pregame gonna get down to the 2. Now you got a decision to make. Do you go for it? Fourth and goal from the 2. You score, okay. You don't get it. They're backed up. Maybe, get a defense stop. Just don't give up a 99-yard drive like the Steelers at the Cardinals a month ago. Kick it. Take the points if it comes down to it. They're going to have to go for it, though. I don't mind it. But hopefully this just doesn't come back to bite you in the ass. I could care less what the analytics fucking say. Analytics can kiss my ass. It's common sense. Johnson in motion. As they'll fake the give. He rolls out. Johnson caught. Touchdown. And Penn State's an extra point away from tying this game up. Tight ends with the running game. So they'll fight on State. Falcons on for the extra point. Of course, strike while the iron's hot. I mean, you have momentum back on your side again. It's just back and forth here. Here we go. But yeah, fight on State. Extra points up in good. 10-10. 13:34 to play in the half. They're not running up the score by any means. They just tied it up. But on fourth and goal from the 2, a simple rollout on a bootleg play action pass to the tight end of the flat. And Johnson with a catch. Touchdown, Nittany Lions. So 10 apiece. Ole Miss getting the ball back when we return. Once again, thank you for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button. Share hashtag college football, hashtag Ole Miss, hashtag Penn State. Chat questions and comments, super chat, super sticker, super like, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated. So when we return, Penn State's defense back out on the field, hoping to be sharks, if you will, circling their prey up against this Ole Miss offense, if you will, with Ole Miss from the Rebels to a shark mascot. Ole Miss fans, fill me in if you're watching. I get haughty toddy in the Grove. Both teams have arguably two of the best fan bases in the tailgate scene in all of sports, for that matter. But yeah, I don't get the Sharks. I don't. I mean, I get Mississippi's, in the Gulf, but their sharks going to be out in the water. But Oxford's fucking Memphis, Tennessee for the most part. Okay, and there's a Big Ten team a few years ago in the Cotton Bowl that beat an M team with the nickname of Tigers, but then there's another Big Ten team just last night that couldn't beat an M team with the nickname of Tigers as well. If you know, you know. But Ole Miss's offense to Penn State's defense. I mean, you look at the numbers, just not today, but overall all season long entering today. We'll pull up some first half sets of scores at halftime, so stay tuned for that. But it's 276 yards passing game for Ole Miss. To Penn State's defense only giving up $153. Ole Miss on the kickoff return to about the 20-yard line. So 1st and 10. From there, we're tied at 10-13 and change to play in the half. Penn State will get the ball to begin the second half, I might add, as well. So stay tuned for that. We'll see if it works out in their favor with this game still being tied, whether they're down, whether they're up, momentum on their side. We'll see what the situation is, come then. But it starts up front. You got to be able to block. You got to be able to get after the quarterback. Penn State's done, a fairly good job at both here early on. So 1st and 10 from the 20. Handoff, and Ellie's on the stop. So 2nd down. But yeah, it's Penn State's defense really stopping that slant, that quick bubble screen there. They're trying to get their playmakers the ball in space. I mean, as long as Penn State can tackle, get the hell off the field, keep momentum on their side. I mean, because it's been back and forth here. Like I said, continue to run the football offensively, stop the run defensively. It'll be all right. Kobe King on a knee. Hopefully he's okay. Probably get to see Elsden in at linebacker if he's going to be out. But of course, never want to see anybody get hurt. Hopefully he's okay. I think he just got banged up when knocked out of him. What did Lane Kiffin have to say at the end of the first quarter? Penn State tackles extremely well. Yep. Yeah, Ole Miss has pass. Penn State has some pass, but Penn State has more running than Ole Miss does. Yeah, he knows what to do. Can they execute? And can Penn State stop it? Because if so, I mean, you're going to be in for a dogfight here, it seems like. You are. Like, down to the wire game. Yeah, who's playing chess versus who's playing checkers. But 4th quarter, game on the line, who's stepping up, making a play. Slant, caught again. Jesus Christ. 37-yard line they go, 1st and 10. I mean, will somebody please cover him? And Penn State's getting picked on, at least in the secondary, because of a few opt-outs. And another pass far side, just they can't catch a break. They're giving up this big play after big play after big play. Not really that big of a play. They're chunk plays, they're chunk yards, but they're moving the ball. And then eventually the defense is getting it worn out. Toss far side. Tracy tripped him up. And I believe Wheatley and Winston on the tackle, if I'm not mistaken. 1st and 10, Ole Miss from 29. Just like that. I mean, a couple seconds, they go hurry up and snap it. Elsden on the tackle, he's in for King. Your normal 3 backers are Bill Carter, Curtis Jacobs, and Kobe King, but King just went down, and so Elsden in for him for the time being. He's had, quality playing time in the past. He knows what the hell he's doing. Of course, Penn State's linebacker, if you do not know. But 2nd and 7. And Dart going to keep it for himself. Brought down after about a 3, maybe 4-yard gain. 3rd down. And yeah, about that as well. They're in field goal range, so, probably going to retake a lead here with a field goal. Let alone hope Penn State makes stop, doesn't give up a touchdown. That's a false start rather than an offside. False start. 5 yards, back them up. Rather than an automatic first down on a 5-yard offside. Thank you. At least they're calling it down the middle. I'll live with it. So 3rd and 8 now, 3rd and 9. So 3rd down for Ole Miss here. Penn State defense can hold, force field goal. Dart looking to throw, getting pressured, gets rid of it. It's dropped, incomplete. So 4th down, they'll kick it. Probably should have been sacked, let alone, if he would have caught it, he would have been drilled and still short of the line of gain anyway. Maybe even picked off. But it's just pressure, okay? Continue to force pressure. Eventually they'll break. Hopefully you don't break on defense. You can bend, give a field goal here. 45-yarder. And the kick's going to be up, and the kick's going to be good. So 13-10 now Ole Miss with 10.5 to play in the half. Penn State going to get the ball back. Look to respond again. Field goal, tie it. Touchdown to retake a lead that they haven't had since they're up 3-0. That's, of course, Ole Miss 10 unanswered. Penn State ties it at 10 early 2nd quarter, and then Ole Miss just kicks them a field goal. So, yeah, back and forth. It's just one of those games. But, like I said, it starts up front. I was saying, if Penn State can run the football offensively, stop the run, which they've been able to do, I think they're going to have a good chance to win today. Drew Aller continued to play smart. Only, of course, 1 turnover with that interception earlier this year, as mentioned earlier. Let alone they're plus 18 in turnover margin. Okay, that's how damn good this defense is. Plus 18 in turnover margin, which leads the nation. Ole Miss, as mentioned, they're half of that at 9, but it's first in the SEC. You know how good the SEC is. So, you're first in the conference, in turnover margin. Penn State's first in the Big Ten, little and first, in the country. That'll speak for itself, too. But like I was saying, turnovers very well could decide the outcome of this game. Could be key, to say the least. But, yeah, Penn State, just nothing stupid, no penalties or turnovers. Just not one player, but everybody. And with the opt-outs, once again, you play with who you have. Okay? You chose Penn State for a reason. Okay? So for the glory of Old State, go out and play. But, yeah, with Allen and Singleton averaging 187 yards rushing a game, Ole Miss giving up 152, okay. That's going to be a given. Penn State should be able to run the football. But then Ole Miss, they're averaging $179 on the ground, where Penn State, defensively, they only allow 70 yards a game rushing. Ole Miss might have 5-10 yards rushing right now, if that, okay? So, that's staying true as well. It's truly whoever can run the football and stop it is probably going to win this game. Sometimes, you look past how easy, it can be. You make things harder than, they look and need to be. But, yeah, it's the run game. It's turnovers. It's field position and time of possession. And with time of possession once more, where's this at? There we go. Time of possession is something to look at. Penn State's top 10 in the country, 33 minutes a game of controlling the football. Okay. Ole Miss, they're at the bottom of just not the SEC, but all college football. 122nd out of what, 130, 35 teams now in the FBS. So you look at top and bottom of the totem pole. Penn State, they are undefeated when they control the ball for more than 30 minutes. Could it be as simple as that? Potentially. We'll see. I mean, maybe, okay, as they show off the panda picking Penn State. Yeah, we are. Talked about that earlier. Obviously, there had to have been some food inside the box that he picked that he liked the smell of, along with some hay. I mean, we went from dogs to pandas to Nittany Lions maybe winning the Peach Bowl. They're down 13-10 though here, 10.5 to play in the first half. First and 10 from the 25. Aller will hand off to the fat man, Katron Allen, for 6 yards. But yeah, they're undefeated when they had the ball more than 30 minutes, and they're also undefeated. Keep this in mind as we near halftime. When Penn State leads at halftime, a little on the end of the third quarter, they're also undefeated. So, 2nd and 4 here. About 10 minutes to play in the half. Plus, maybe work some clock here. Yeah, get a drive going. They're going to get the ball back to begin the second half as well. So, Aller looking to throw. Gonna step up, dump it off. Fat man, incomplete. 3rd down. Third and 4, can they convert as they'll break the huddle? Maybe take a shot. Maybe go deep here. I mean, where the hell's Keandre Lambert-Smith at? Where's Harrison Wallace at? I get, okay, they work the tight ends because it works. They run the football because it works. But 3rd and 4, Aller. Down the middle, caught. Dinkins. From black and gold at North Allegheny in the 4-1-2 to the blue and white in the 8-1-4. First down, Penn State. And, of course, Pitt, not the Steelers, but the Panthers. As always, we are Penn State, eat shit Pitt. As Dinkins makes the grab. 1st and 10. You got to continue to build. You got to, roll on. Fake the give. Aller going to go deep, it looks like. He will. Might have got hit as he got rid of it, and it's going to be picked off. It was intended for Amari Evans, but it's going to be picked off because he got leveled as he got rid of it. So, didn't get to where it was intended for. It was short, and that's only Drew Aller's 2nd interception of the season. What the fuck was that? Well, he got hit. Watch it replay here. Gotta give him credit. They got pressure. He just, yeah, I mean, it probably wasn't a good ball to be thrown anyway. In double coverage and, Ole Miss going to try to make Penn State pay. Hopefully not, though. Hopefully the Penn State defense gets a stop, gets the ball back, and it's still 13-10. Because that turnover right now could be a difference. If they do end up scoring off of it, make it a 10-point game, okay, force field goal, you're only down 6. But, yeah, it's a stinger. You got to play on, though, you forget about it. You just move on. Just don't, of course, as I was saying earlier, you don't make a habit of, giving up all the chunk plays. But you got to give Ole Miss credit, though, offensively, though, too, because, I mean, that's how they're executing, because Penn State's stopping the run, and, they're getting a quick pass out, and Penn State's tackling, but for the most part, the damage is done by that point in time. And then, yeah, just of course don't make a habit out of it, either with turning the ball over. Nothing stupid. So now it's going to come down to basic, fundamentally complementary sound, game potentially. Team sport, team game. Lion team defense going to have to get the hell off the field and make a stop. Let alone get a turnover, get the ball back. Short field, drive stays alive. That sort of, was going to continue to roll. They take the shot, it doesn't work. So, still a lot of football to be played, but you just can't let it affect you. You can't let this get out of hand. So, I'll leave it at that. I mean, we'll see how the defense responds. They really haven't had Penn State's defenses to do this season because the offense really hasn't turned the ball over. That's why they're plus 18 in turnover margin, because the defense has gotten a lot of turnovers. It would be, plus more. I mean, the 2 interceptions, they fumbled a couple times, but let alone earlier this season, they didn't turn the ball over until early October. They were 4, 5, 6 games deep before they've turned the ball over offensively. Like, they were playing smart, That's stupid, of course, but it is what it is. You play on, so. First 10 Ole Miss, as they're dunking on the Penn State hoop on the sideline. First and 10 Ole Miss now from the 17. So we'll see if this defense can make a stop. Got to stop that quick pass. Dart gets pressured but gets rid of it, and it'll be one-handed near side. But was he in bounds? They say yes, he was. Catch, first down, Ole Miss. I got to see a replay. He caught it, but was he in bounds is the question. They'll go hurry up so they can't look at it. But they say catch, first down, ball at the 37 now. So pick up a 20. As the chain gang's getting set, Penn State's going to try to stall and make a sub so they can't snap it. First and 10. They haven't blown it dead, so obviously, it's going to be a catch. Previous play won't be under further review, and they won't think about it. But they'll run a draw. And then the back stumbles, but he gets out for 9 yards to the far side. Second and short. As, they just boom, 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 go hurry up. The question is, was that a catch or not? Because they never showed a replay. So it seemingly was. Empty set. Dart quarterback draw. Gets a first down before being brought down. Okay, here's the catch. One-handed it. Rights down, left's in. Yeah, that's the catch. Okay. So first and 10, Ole Miss. From the 49-yard line. Come on, defense. And they'll run another draw up the middle. King and Jalen Reed on the tackle. Be second in inches, it looks like. Ole Miss going deep. And god damn. They can't stop the pass. And you got a late penalty on the play, but it's coming back. All right. Holding on Ole Miss. 10 yards, they'll replay it down. So the refs are calling it down the middle. They are. You live with it. So deep ball. That would have, as it just showed off the graphic, Ole Miss would have surpassed total yards in this first half what Penn State averages giving up per game this season. And it's because of the pass. They're doing it all pass heavy. Ole Miss does not have a running game. But with a lead, they're passing as well as they are, they're going to start running the football here and working clock. Believe me. And Penn State might be in trouble. 2nd and 11 from the 48. Pass caught, almost picked off by one of the Hardy boys. But Kobe King wraps him up. Once again, his twin brother Kalen, not playing today, opted out of the bowl game. So now 3rd down for Ole Miss. Get off the field, force a punt, get the ball back. They have 12 on defense. King gets off just barely. And then movement up front. And false start. Prior to the snap, yeah, another false start on Ole Miss. So 5 yards, be 3rd and 12, right? 6:28 to play and a half. And Ole Miss going the wrong way. They were on the right side of the 50. Now they're going to be on the wrong side of the 50. Yeah, 3rd and 12 Ole Miss. Back at the 48 again. 3 penalties apiece. And get off the field. Force a punt, get the ball back here with some time and timeouts. Do something before halftime. Pass is caught. They wrap them up 4th and short. Ole Miss maybe run another trick play, go for it on 4th down. But on a, fake field goal, fake punt. They're going to line up to go for it, so get the hell off the field. And maybe get a short field then rather than, force the punt. You got to, go the whole way. Get a, short field if you get a stop here in 4th and 3. Do not jump off sides. No stupid penalties as the play progresses either. They will go for it. They're on an option near side. God damn it. And they get another 1st down on the run. And Ole Miss going to wind the clock. Run the ball here. Keep this drive alive and look to add some more points. Penn State's a little slow to get up. Carter might have rolled his ankle. But yeah, it's not being able to catch a break with attempted turnovers earlier and a short field, and then can't get off the field on 4th down. That's what's killing them right now. Let alone they still can't stop the pass. So they'll go to break. Get back to the action shortly. Be 1st and 10 Ole Miss, up 13-10 here. Yeah, that one hurts. Because, you get off the field, get the ball back with some time and timeouts, tie it up before halftime, blow and take a lead, get the ball back to begin the second half. You're in a good spot. But because you can't, drive stays alive for them, just frustrating. Because now they have the time and they have the timeouts to extend their lead before halftime, and then you're in a hole. So, just frustrating. But regardless, not being able to catch a break or not, it just is what it is. You continue to play. You continue to fight. It's a long game, Yeah, 1-2 plays might decide the outcome, but overall, big picture, just keep fighting, Maybe eventually here you're going to have something go your way, And then maybe that's the 1 or 2 plays that works out in your favor, and just is what it is. But that's what I've been saying, with turnovers, and this drive, I might add, for Ole Miss is off of a Penn State turnover they're trying to capitalize on. So those points later on, we'll see if it was a difference or not. Right now, it's not looking good. But, yeah, up front in the run game, Ole Miss is passing well. Now they're starting to run the ball. Penn State, while they were passing well, running well, now turn the ball over. What can you do? But from the line of scrimmage to turnovers, really, you can add in time possession, but this turnover right now is big. It's crucial. So I would like next to nothing. You got a forced field goal? Okay. Just don't give them a touchdown here, because that's going to hurt even more. You're putting yourself in a hole because of something you did. But then reap what you sow. You dug it, you might as well lay in it. So man, just frustrating. Turn the ball over like that, and then give up another 4th down. Wasn't like it was a, as remember they were going backwards with penalties of their own, and then they still execute. So then that's on you to make a stop defensively. Yeah, Carter got his ankle rolled up on. Hopefully he's okay. He limped off, but I think he'll be all right. Get back out there shortly. But yeah, they gotta get the hell off the field. You can't be out there, the whole entire game and then expect to be in it unless you're making stop after stop after stop. When push comes to shove, you're making plays. But Ole Miss is making not more, but bigger plays than Penn State is right now. They are. You got to give them credit. But 2nd down and about 9 coming up. So, yeah, they just, man, just got to get a stop, and then work from there. Fake the toss, pass going to be caught wide open on a wheel route. He walks in, touchdown Rebs. Jesus Christ. They can't cover 9 and they can't cover 87. And Ole Miss with a lead, as passive as they've been, like I just said, they're going to start running the football and working clock. And Penn State, they might be in a little TROUBLE right now. Extra point, no good. He hooked it. Just barely, they say, up and good. Looked no good to me. 10-point lead for Ole Miss, 20-10 on top of Penn State. I mean, it's still there for the taking, though. It's still early, still have football to play. You got 4:58, 3 timeouts, getting the ball back before halftime. Maybe work some clock here, drive and score. Field goal, you take it. Touchdown, you take it. You get the ball back to begin the second half. You score again there, it's a whole new ball game. You're right back where you started from. Whether you're tied up or with a lead, it'll be A-okay. But you can't let this, affect and control you. You can't let this get out of hand. You got to keep at it. They got to make some fucking stops defensively, man. I mean, yeah, this defense from not necessarily just how they're playing, but missing some players for sure is hurting them. No doubt about it. But you got to also give credit to Ole Miss's offense with how high-powered they are and just able to move the ball with ease. And Penn State can't stop the pass. They might have trouble stopping the run before too long because that's what Ole Miss is going to be doing with the lead, So, and remember, those 7 points they just scored with are off of a Penn State turnover. So, how does Penn State respond? Are they going to be cool, calm, and collected here and keep at it? Or are they going to let that, really affect them? So 1st and 10, Penn State now from the 25-yard line. Run the damn ball. They will. Fat man. Katron Allen for about a yard or 2. 2nd down. Second down, make it 9. And Aller getting pressure. They run a tight end screen. Theo Johnson, first down to the Lions to the 40-yard line. Yeah, move the sticks, one thing at a time here. Keep it up. Work the run game in, for sure. Take another shot, but you just can't turn the ball over. You got to execute. So 1st and 10, Penn State from the 40. And quarterback keeper, Aller. Or make that Prebula, excuse me, for a 12-yard pickup. All right. 3 and change to play. Still got 3 timeouts. Work this fucking clock, though. Drive and score. Have momentum going into halftime. Make sure they don't get the ball back until mid-third quarter. You get the ball back, early third quarter, coming out of the second half, and, score again, tie it up, take a lead. And then you're fine. Hell hasn't froze over yet. 1st and 10. Prebula looking to throw. Pass caught. Singleton, 25-20. 15-10. He's going to walk in. Touchdown, Penn State. And just like that, they answer. Let's fucking go. A 48-yard passing touchdown from the backup quarterback because they got a solid 1-2 combo at QB as well. Aller, 6'5", 240, like a Ben Roethlisberger with a cannon of an arm. But then you have Bo Prebula wearing the number 9 that Trace McSorley wore as well. A bigger build. But Aller can run, yes, but Prebula is more of a dual threat quarterback. Extra point up and good, 20-17, 2:45 to play in the half. You still got to get a stop here and get the fuck off the field on defense before halftime. You can't just be trading shots back and forth. Okay, eventually you got to make a stop. Maybe you still get the ball back again before halftime and try to score again. Let alone you're still getting the ball back to begin the second half. Who knows what's going to happen in this final 2:45. It's been a crazy first half, to say the least. We'll pull up some stats and scores in a minute once more. But, 2 big plays have gotten Penn State inside the red zone. Shit, he had Clifford, the little red dog, Sean's little brother, Liam, deep down the middle of the field if he wanted that. But Prebula's, the pride of York, throwing a spark into this Penn State offense and a wrench into Ole Miss's defense. Use it to your advantage, man. Keep them off balance. Keep them guessing on what you're going to do. And keep running the football. Do not abandon the run, okay? Keep running it. So, Penn State on the kickoff. P. S. U. Let's go. PSU. Come on, boys. Let's go. Come on, defense. Turnover would be nice right about now. It would. They've come close, but no cigar early. They've gotten overturned from an interception and incompletion to a fumble to an incompletion. A turnover here, getting a short field before halftime. That would be awesome. So 1st and 10, Ole Miss from the 25. 2:45 to play in the half. It's 20-17. Ole Miss on top of Penn State. Both teams still have all 3 timeouts. Elsdon on the tackle. 2nd down. And about 5, make it 6. So, a pass. Ooh. Caught. 1st down on a pickup of 7. As Zariah Fisher from Aliquippa on the coverage. Really not used to playing that wide for a outside linebacker, but he's big enough to play inside. Handoff. They bring him down. Denied Dennis Sutton after about a yard pickup, so 2nd and 9. If Ole Miss wants to work this clock and drain it, Penn State let them. Unless you get a 3rd down here, 4th down, call timeout, get the ball back. but then they haven't been able to get off the field to 4th down. You don't want to give them another conversion, and then, you know, that's a play they make, and then, you know, they still do something before halftime. So, I mean, you're walking a fine line on what depending on what happens, what you do. So 3rd down here and 9. Pressure. Cover 9 and 87, though. Please. Come on, defense. From the 38, they got all day on the play clock. Clock stopped because he got out of bounds. $1:40 here in the half. But just don't give up a big play. They go deep, and it's caught. Jesus Christ. God. He's slow to get up, too. And did he catch that? That's the question. They say catch on the field, but catch, one down, and then as he goes down, he's sort of bobbling it, but it's control and possession. Does he have it? And then he's hurt in the meantime, so they'll aid the injury, and then if they look at it, they'll review it. So we're at a stoppage here. 1st and 10, Ole Miss, $1:34 to play in the half, up 3-20-17. So, yeah, Penn State here defensively, get a stop, man. I'm telling you, did he catch that? Because that's damn close. But the thing is, they call it a catch on the field, so they have to find this bit of evidence to return it. Yeah, thank you. So, and then if it's incomplete and he gets overturned, 4th and 9, they punt. Penn State's getting the ball back with 1.5 minutes and 3 timeouts. Get a field goal, tie this game up. Get the ball back to begin the second half, score again, to retake the lead. Let alone, you know, double dip and get 2 touchdowns and, you know, really put the pressure on Ole Miss. Now the previous play's under further review. Thank you. So they're going to look at it, see if he caught it or not. It's maintaining, controlling, possession. They're real quick on the replays today. They're not even going under the hood. They're just getting a message in their ear. Hey, we looked at it. Here's the call. Tell everybody. It's incomplete, 4th down. So Ole Miss, well, unless they go for it again and convert another 4th down on Penn State's defense here, or 2-2, 4th and shorter, not 4th and 9. It was like 4th and 2, 4th and 3. So they will punt. Offense comes off, but nothing stupid, okay? And don't muff a fucking punt. Give them a short field. Maybe a punt return for some decent yards would be nice. But Ole Miss to punt. Penn State going to get the ball. Be with 1:34 right now. Minute 22, minute 25, give or take, on the clock. With 3 timeouts, going to have to go the distance to tie this game up before halftime. We're going to score and take a lead into half and then get the ball back. So Daquan Hardy fair catch at the 16-yard line. $1:27, 1st and 10 from there. Down 3 with 3 timeouts before halftime. And Penn State will get the ball back beginning the 3rd quarter. So let's jump around a little bit and let's make some fucking noise. Saturday night. Well, today's Saturday, right? I think we've all been in the same boat this past week, not knowing what day of the week it is with the holiday. Hopefully, once again, everyone had a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year as well. But 1st and 10, Penn State here. 1st and 10 from the 16-yard line with 3 timeouts, down 3 with 1:27 to play in the half. Drive and get some points here, boys. Let's go. Handoff, Trey Potts. And he gets 12 yards up the middle. 1st down in the Lions. Why don't you go hurry up yourself here? Both teams seem to do better when they do run hurry up offensively. 1st and 10, Aller will hand off Potts again. Probably should have kept it for himself, but let this clock wind a little bit. But 2nd down, Still got 3 timeouts here. We'll see if they use any of them or not. Because Ole Miss might, depending on what happens, potentially get the ball back themselves. Yeah, that pass incomplete near side. 3rd and 11. Yeah, Ole Miss gets a stop here, whether it's incomplete, whatever. They're probably going to call timeout. Ole Miss probably still move the ball back here because Penn State going to go real quick and do nothing. I mean, why not take a shot? Because then if you punt, you're still flipping field. If you, don't convert. Let alone if it gets picked off again, okay. Just hopefully they don't score off of it. I'd go deep. I would. Aller, quarterback draw. Nothing. Ole Miss timeout, 45 seconds. Get the ball back with 2 timeouts. And the shark must be with their defense. With getting after the opponent, God damn, they can't even take fucking 30, 45 seconds off the clock, for God's sakes. Go 3 and out, lose 2 yards, and going to have to punt. And Ole Miss can get the ball back. So here before halftime, hopefully these points don't, become a difference either. Because right now, the interception is the difference in this game. They got a touchdown off of it. If Penn State doesn't turn the ball over, they're 4-point leader in our 17-13 as we near halftime. So Ole Miss getting the ball, 2 timeouts, and a little time, but not much. So Thompson in the Aussie-style punt will be down to the 23-yard line. So Ole Miss 1st and 10 from there, 35 seconds, and 2 timeouts, up 3 here as we near halftime. Once again, Penn State, they are undefeated when they lead at halftime. They are also undefeated at 10-0, all 10 wins, when they've led at the end of the 3rd quarter. So whether it's, right now, okay, or not working in their favor, we'll see. But 3rd quarter is going to be crucial for Penn State in that regard, if, you believe in it. I mean, because that stat doesn't lie. I mean, you're 10-2, but all 10 wins. They've led at the end of the 3rd quarter. They're undefeated at the end of the 3rd quarter. So, I mean, come on now. They'll run a draw. Doesn't seem like they're going to be in any hurry. That wide receiver's offside. Kadarius Toney must be playing for Ole Miss today. 1st down run. They call timeout. 13 seconds. Okay, maybe they are in a little bit of a hurry here. Actually, clock's going to wind. That'll do it for the first half of this Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl. Ole Miss leads Penn State 20-17. However, Penn State's getting the ball back to begin the second half. Actually, Ole Miss just took a timeout with 1 second. So we'll get one more play. All right. I don't know why they wanted to call a timeout like with 12 seconds. Okay, they reset the clock to 7 seconds. So they still might get 2 plays off here, depending on what happens. Just Penn State, do not give up a big play. Don't let them get in field goal range. That's a big chunk play, getting out of bounds, let alone just get down and call timeout, kick it. But yeah, I think everybody thought it was halftime, but no, timeout. So we'll at least have one more play here. Penn State and prevent, well, they're going to call timeout themselves. So you want to call one, I'm going to call one because, these 3 from the first half don't transfer over, yet you get 3 in the second half. But then, once you call them, you're done. Surprisingly, yeah, neither team, any urge, any, they haven't had a reason to call any timeouts. Yeah. Yeah, but as that led to the touchdown, the 3-point lead is because of the Penn State turnover. Keep that in mind. That is the difference in this game right now. First 10 Ole Miss. Do not give up a touchdown. They'll run a draw, get a couple chunk yards, get a first down, call timeout 2 seconds at the 47-yard line, and now he's going to have a heave coming. Jesus Christ. How the hell do you let that happen? So now they're using their timeouts wisely. I mean, that's why you save them. You want them in your back pocket for, a situation like this. First and 10, and another Penn State injury on defense. Ole Miss won't be kicking a long field goal. No. Franklin wants clock to be wound, but he called a timeout. So Penn State can call a timeout here. Of course, you can't call back-to-back timeouts. But, yeah, field goal from here, 47-57, be about 65. But just telling you, watch 9 and watch 87. Yep. To say the least, we are Penn State. Yeah, do not give up a touchdown. So Dart gonna throw. They're gonna play hook and ladder. Pitchy woo woo. Tackle him. And okay, he lateraled it, but it went out of bounds. So, 20-17 Ole Miss now. On top of Penn State at halftime, the Lions will receive to begin the second half. So, yeah, entertaining, exciting, long first half, almost 2 hours. Especially in football. That's the NFL, college football especially. I mean, 2 hours long first half. Even longer in the NFL. Because their first halves are a little over an hour 20 maybe. College football, first half about an hour 30, 35, maybe 40. But you're pushing 2 hours here for the first half. So, just been back and forth. I mean, who's going to want it more this second half? I'm not saying exhaustion, with as long as the first half was, but really defensively, who's going to bend but not break? And then the run game. As I mentioned earlier, whoever can run it and stop it's probably going to win. And then, as difference right now in the first half, Penn State trails by 3, getting the ball to begin the second half. It's 20-17 Ole Miss. The Penn State turnover leading to an Ole Miss touchdown is the difference. That's why they have a 3-point lead right now. Unless Penn State would be leading 17-13. So the turnover's costing them. But then time of possession. And we'll look into stats once again here shortly. But when Penn State has the ball for more than 30 minutes, they're undefeated this season. And when they lead at halftime, which are not today, but when they also lead at the end of the third quarter, which is still a possibility, these next 15 minutes are going to be crucial for the blue and white. When Penn State leads at the end of the third quarter, they're undefeated. Okay? At 10-0, and they're 10-2. So, what does that tell you? Okay? But we have a good one on our hands, to say the least. We do. So, just overall, keep at it. Keep fighting. Don't be starting to mess around, by any means. It's right now the turnover. That's the killer. It is. Whether or not these touchdowns have come from in or outside the red zone, Both teams can convert inside the 20. Penn State with 95% success rate. Ole Miss 87. But then neither defense is really that great in the red zone. So push comes shove, we'll see what it gives. So always I'm sure something will. But man, just it did seem like they were in trouble there, but then they respond. And they've done that now a few times. It's just that turnover, because then the defense couldn't get off the field. There were a couple penalties that backed Ole Miss up, but they still couldn't get off the field. Penn State defense hasn't been able to catch a break with turnovers going their way. They've had two, potentially with an interception, a fumble, but then both were overturned and Ole Miss maintained possession. Of course, Penn State's interception led to Ole Miss points. That right now, 20-17 halftime is the difference in this game. Can't state that enough. But before we get into some stats, I wanted to talk about Penn State, but then the Big Ten against the SEC in the postseason bowl games, along with James Franklin at the helm of the Nittany Lions, okay? As mentioned earlier, as James Franklin's been Penn State head coach since 2014, now his 10th season. Hard to believe, I know. As, of course, Bill O'Brien was there the previous 2 years, and Joe Paterno for the 46 prior, as the head coach of the Penn State Nittany Lions. Of course, for the glory of Old State, we are. But James Franklin at Penn State has yet to win 2 straight bowl games. Okay? Penn State as a team, the program in general, the Lions haven't won 2 straight bowl games since they won 3 straight, 2005, 2006, 2007. James Franklin, when he was at Vandy, up against Ole Miss, he was 2-1. Okay? But at Penn State against the SEC, he's 2-3. Both wins against Auburn the past 2 regular seasons. The 3 losses, they lost to Georgia in the Gator Bowl, they lost to Kentucky in the Citrus Bowl, and they lost to Arkansas in the Outback Bowl. Okay? Penn State, Ole Miss in the Peach Bowl, Big Ten, SEC. And then the last time Penn State actually won a bowl game against the SEC, you got to go all the way back to the end of 2009, January 1 of 2010, in the sloppy Citrus Bowl, Penn State defeating LSU 19-17. We've had one more point total scored today in the first half than there was the whole entire game then. And then Penn State all-time against the SEC is 25-24 and 9-10 in bowl games. So one way or another, one of those 2 records is going to even itself out, win or loss, okay? So, with that being said, and with just everything that's boiled down to this point, there's still another half of ball to be played, okay? So go out and, grab the bull by the horns. So it's time to adjust. It's time to hit the reset button for sure. And same point in time, though, keep at it because you're right there in the thick of it, okay? You got to give yourself a chance. You can't let this slip away. You can't blow it, all right? You're right there, so keep at it. It's really, you want to get into the stats and with what's on their side versus what's not. Okay, a couple turnovers didn't go their way. Turnover right now is difference in this game, but it's the turnovers and Penn State at the end of the third quarter and Penn State controlling the clock. If they lead at the end of the third quarter and they control more than 30 minutes of this game today, they're going to win because history says so, okay? Because that's how they've got the job done this year, okay? Once again, when they lead it in the third quarter, they're 10-0. With a 10-2 record, they've won every game in that regard then, okay? And then the time of possession, when they lead for more than 30 minutes, average 33 a game. When they have the ball longer than 30 minutes, they're also undefeated. So keep that in mind, We'll see if, comes true or not in another half of football to be played. Hell, who knows? Maybe we play some extra football in the Peach Bowl. Maybe this game comes down to a kick for all we know. But, of course, T.I. is going to bring them out after halftime. I might want to add, though, during this Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl halftime, a Penn State legend will be honored among other coaches as the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl and the Bobby Dodd Coach Foundation. They will honor and recognize Joe Paterno among other head coaches who won the Bobby Dodd Coach of the Year award at halftime. They began this tradition last year. They continue it today, and Sue Paterno will be in attendance receiving the honor in honor of her late husband, Joseph Vincent Paterno. We are Penn State JVP 409 forever. So I don't know if anybody knew that, but I saw that last night and had to add that in. So first half stats. This is the only game on in college football right now. There's more to come later. Be sure to check out my college football bowl game for this bowl season preview live right here on the YouTube channel. Thanks for tuning in and watching my live watch along reactions live here on YouTube of the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl, Ole Miss and Penn State at halftime. The Rebs leading the lines 20-17. So yes, at halftime stats brought to you by Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and the novel written by Nathan D. Mitchell. Dead and Hungry. Be sure to check them out. Links in the description below. Penn State will receive the second half kick once more. But Jackson Dart, along with Drew Aller and Bo Perbula, I might add. Dart 15-24, 243 yards passing, and 2 touchdowns. It's halftime, okay? Penn State defensively was only giving up 223 yards a game total to their opponent. They've given up that plus, 20, 25 or so just in the pass. And then Ole Miss, with that lead, they started running the football. They have 21 carries for 82 yards rushing as a team. Judkins with 14 carries for 60 yards. Bentley 3-19. Dart with 4 keepers for as many yards. He also has a reception, Jackson Dart does. Remember that trick play on 4th down? Jordan Watkins on the pass, 1-1 for 15 yards. So that's what Dart has receiving, 1 of 15. But Caden Prescorn, 6 catches, 96 yards, and 2 touchdowns. He is the number 87 tight end that they need to cover. Trey Harris, he's the wide receiver number 9 who Penn State needs to cover. He has 5 catches, 82 yards. Wade, D. Wade, 3 of 60. Dart, as mentioned, the catch for 15 yards. And then Caden Lee, not Kevon Lee, the former Penn State running back, that actually did make it to the Deep South, Mississippi, playing for the Bulldogs, Mississippi State. He has a catch for 5 yards. And then right now, the interception by Drew Aller is the difference in this game. Ole Miss was able to capitalize off of it and drive and score a touchdown. That's why they lead right now by 3, 20-17 at halftime, unless Penn State would be up 17-13, getting the ball back to begin the second half. Ole Miss 2 for 2 on field goals as well. They've been able to flip field with about a 50-yard average on punts as well, I might add. Drew Aller, 5 of 14, a $115, a touchdown interception. That's the difference. Perbula, 101, 48 yards, and the touchdown to Singleton. Katron Allen, 7 carries, 46 yards rushing. Singleton, 5 of 33. He has the catch for 48 yards and the touchdown as well. And then Perbula, 2 of 16 rushing. Drew Aller, 2 of 11 rushing. Trey Potts has a couple carries, 10 yards as well. Tyler Warren, 2 of 87, but 75 of those yards were on the one play before they punched in with the passing touchdown from Aller to Theo Johnson. 2 catch, 16 yards for him. As mentioned, Singleton, the passing or the receiving touchdown, the pass from Perbula, 1 catch, 48 yards and the touchdown. Dinkins, a catch for 12 yards. Where the hell is Kendra Lambert-Smith? Where's the hell Harrison Wallace at? I mean, they're running the ball, they're working the tight ends, and they're working the screen game as well. But these wide receivers need to wake up in the second half if Penn State's going to want to, get back into this game. They're only down by 3, ain't a lot, but it's 3 points when you probably should have a 4-point lead because the turnover is why you're down. And then, they can't get any turnovers defensively, even though they've come close, but no cigar once more. Had an interception overrolled for incomplete, and then had a fumble overrolled for incomplete. So, and then with both those turnovers, they very well were going to be short field inside the red zone. You're knocking on the door and hoping, to punch in and get some points out of it, but no. Falcons field goal was good from 26, I might add. Both punters are averaging 50 yards a kick. So for the brand there, yeah, it's going to come down to field position. And time of possession, controlling the clock, who can run the ball, who can stop the run, bending but not breaking on defense. Overall team stats, Ole Miss has 17 first downs compared to Penn State's 10. Neither team really able to convert on third down. Ole Miss 2 of 8, Penn State 3 of 7. But both teams total 3 of 3 on fourth down. Ole Miss 2 of 2, Penn State 1 of 1. Ole Miss with 258 yards passing to Penn State's 163. Penn State has more rushing yards at 116 to 82. But of course, you added up Ole Miss right now at halftime with more total yards, 340 to 279. The refs have let them play. 6 total penalties, 3 on each. They've called it down the middle though, so you leave it. It is what it is, and you live with it. So hopefully, that stays true. Hopefully, of course, you don't shoot yourselves in the foot, but hopefully these refs out of the Pac-12 for a Big Ten SEC bowl game don't try to control the game and decide the outcome, as the officials sometimes love to do. And I mean, the time of possession and advantage of Ole Miss right now by about 30 seconds, 15-14 to 14-46. And right now the difference is that turnover. It truly is. The interception by Aller on a deep ball got hit as he threw. It's underthrown then. They pick it off. They drive and score. That's why Ole Miss is up 3. Unless Penn State would have a 17-13 lead at halftime if everything else goes the way it has. Okay? Penn State's going to the ball begin in the second half, so we'll see what happens. Once more, thanks for tuning in and watching my live watch-along reactions live here on YouTube, as well as I'm host of Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. It's Facebook, Twitter, Instagram with the red subscribe button, notification bell next to it as well to stay up to date. Thumbs up button for Penn State to come back and win this Peach Bowl in their first ever Peach Bowl appearance. Become the first ever college football program in college football history to win all major bowl games with a victory today, as they've won the Rose, they've won the Fiesta, they've won the Cotton, they've won the Sugar, and they've won the Orange. But they've never won the Peach because they've never played it until today. So history potentially to be made in another half of football. We'll see what gives. But yes, once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button. Share, hashtag college football, hashtag Ole Miss, hashtag Penn State. Chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, super likes, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated, as well as this video is powered by Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and the novel written by Nathan D. Mitchell in Dead Hungry. Links in the description below for all 3 of those as well. Rogue Energy. Be sure to get your favorite energy and hydration flavors in Canadian or tub form, Shakers, Rogue Energy merch at the link in the description below. Be sure to use the code Luke, that's L-U-K-E, Luke123 for 10% off. HopeKThrifts, a secondhand resale shop that focuses on staying in the environment in a cheap and fashionable way, as most items are $20 or less and include brands like American Eagle, Converse, Free People, and Shein, among others. HopeKThrifts found on Depop, Instagram, Macari, and Poshmark at, yes, you guessed it, HopeKThrifts. That's HopeKThrifts. HopeKThrifts, so be sure to use the message seller code CHEAPTHRIFTS, CHEAPTHRIFTS, CHEAPTHRIFTS for 10% off. Link in the description below as well. And then Dead and Hungry, novel written by Nathan D. Mitchell. Novel found on Amazon, $4.99 for your Kindle, and paperback edition about $15. And as I would normally say, I don't have the book in front of me right now, as I would normally read the description, but if that doesn't interest you, because it is a must-read, hopefully you got it as a Christmas gift for yourself, let alone somebody else. If not, of course, still time to purchase. There's no deadline. You can buy it whenever the hell you want. But a must read, so be sure to check it out. But as I would say, with reading the description, if, of course, that doesn't interest you, you might as well be the title says, of course, Dead and Hungry. So, yeah, be sure to check out Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and Dead and Hungry. Links in the description below. And we'll kick off the second half here with Penn State getting the ball back down 3:20-17 momentarily. It's there for the taking. It is. They got to want it more. They got to go out and control this game, this second half if they want to win. And they're going to overall just have to get the hell off the field on defense. Because the offense still making plays. Ole Miss making plays offensively too, but I think it's going to come down to what defense bends but doesn't break. Who maybe can get a turnover or two late, steal it, work some clock. These teams are similar in regard of, they're both 10-2. They lost to 4 total teams, and Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State, and Michigan, are all better than them on that given day, of course. Ranked higher, of course. Rankings will tell you that. But from Ole Miss's offense, Penn State defense, I said at the start, that was going to be the key matchup today. So we'll see. The only way to find out is just continue to watch and see what the hell happens. We're not coaching, we're not playing, but at times, of course, wish you were. Or just an instance situation of, there's always going to be ridicule for, something that doesn't go, the way you thought it would. It goes the wrong way, good or bad, but like I said earlier, it seems to me it's going to be a dogfight to the end. Can you get into the fourth quarter and give yourself a chance to win? So, can Penn State give themselves a chance to win and not let this slip and slide away? So, we'll see, man. We will. There's not really much else to it. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything from earlier that I wanted to mention. I don't believe so, but really couldn't have asked for a better matchup. This is a damn good, New Year's Six bowl game on paper, let alone when it's, playing out that way on the field. These teams right on the outside looking in of the playoff, they would both be in the playoff. It was a 12-team format that we'll begin next year. And like I said earlier, we'll get more into next season at the end of this game. So stay tuned for that. As we'll officially, in the post game recap, as we always do, give more stats and scores, see what the difference was, if there was any. Hopefully there's a post game, celebration for the blue and white. Ole Miss is blue and white, but it's a baby blue and red rather than just the basic blues. But they'll give us a game recap coming out of halftime here. Then we'll preview next season at the end of this game. So stay tuned for that. There's a lot to talk about there for sure. But still got to take care of business in the here and now, of course, because that's then. Here we are now. What are you going to do? And when it's there for the taking, hopefully you can take care of business, get your 11th win of the season. One of these teams will get their 11th win of the season. Somebody's going to lose their third game of the year. Ole Miss looking for the first 11-win season in program history. Penn State trying to go back-to-back in that regard once again, as they've done a few times the past decade. But yeah, man, just we'll see what gives here. We'll see who wants it more. Hopefully, Penn State can get in some rhythm, get a groove on this opening drive, get momentum on their side that they, sort of have right now. But keep running the football. Keep running the football. Just overall, give yourself a chance. Give yourself a chance to win it. So there's James Franklin. You saying that because I look like shit today? Well, potentially. Standing there in his typical pose on the sideline with his arms crossed. But yeah, just it's really now or never. Season's on the line. You going to leave it all out on the field or not? So Penn State gonna get the ball here to begin the second half. See if they can burn it down a little bit, if you will, to let them tie it up, retake a lead. 20-17 Ole Miss to begin the second half in the Peach Bowl. And here we go. Half of what we played, the rest of the season. Touchback, first 10 lines from 25-yard line. So, Drew Allert, quarterback. Of course, you got a 1-2 punch tailback with Allen and Singleton. Fat Man and Gatorade, if you will. The Thunder and Lightning. Of course, yeah. Somebody's got to step up at wide receiver. But you're getting the ball to the tight ends. It's working. Continue to get the ball to the tight ends then. Okay, take what this defense gives you. But whatever you do not turn the ball over. That's what the difference right now in this game is. That's why you're down 3. So 1st and 10 in lines from the 25-yard line. And Aller out of the gun will hand off to Singleton for about 4. Second down. Enough with the opt-outs. I mean, you still have who you have. And whether you're in a tough spot or not, you play on. Singleton, make that Allen, on the run. It seemed like he was hobbling to get a yard. I don't know if he pulled up and pulled a hammy, but he seems fine. No gain, 3rd and 6. So can you convert? Can you get a first down? Can you, Jesus Christ, get some fucking momentum on your side? Building blocks, folks. I mean, gotta have a foundation to build a house. Hopefully they can top it off with some points. 3rd and 6 from the 29 to begin the second half. And Aller down the middle, incomplete, intended for Warren, probably should have been picked off, and they'll go 3 and out, punt a minute and a half into the second half. Still down 3. Jesus fucking Christ. And now it's really in the arms of the defense to probably win in this game. It is. If the offense is going to be doing that, playing from behind and not being able to execute. But then, yeah, you feel bad for the defense because, getting stops here, getting stops there, or not getting stops here or there. Just as Penn State punts, this defense got to get a stop. Who's it going to be? Fair catch, Ole Miss at the 25-yard line. So 1st and 10 Rebs, 13:33 to play in the third quarter, up 3, 20-17. So maybe tail 2 halves. I mean, remember, Ole Miss got the ball to begin the game. They went 3 and out. Penn State just got the ball to begin the second half. They went 3 and out. But then remember, Ole Miss was leading at halftime. Maybe Penn State's leading at the end of the game. 1st and 10. Come on, defense. Yeah, who's it going to be stepping up making a play? Dart out of the gun will fake the give, pass it over the middle of his tight end, and they finally wrap him up after a 15-yard pickup. 1st and 10 Ole Miss. Pressure, ball's tipped and incomplete. Caught by somebody on the sideline, but it's incomplete in the field of play. 2nd and 10. So after the incompletion, 2nd and 10, they'll run a toss near side. Penn State wrapping them up. He stepped out. That's a loss of a yard. 3rd and 11, make it 3rd and 12. They had him tackled, but he escaped and then he stepped out. So 3rd down. Come on, defense. Get the hell off the field. Let's go. And then it's just field position. It's making plays. Darts pass, caught. Of course it is. 1st down. Jesus Christ. They can't stop the pass. So from the 46, 1st and 10. Darts pass, turn the hell around. You pick it off. And that pass caught at the 31. Another 1st and 10. So now they got something going. And if Penn State gives up a touchdown here, down 10 again, I mean, that's going to be the 2nd time that's happened. They're just playing from behind the rest of the way. You got to at least force field goals. Down 6, you score a touchdown, you take a lead, but they're in a tough spot. I mean, they got to figure a way out. They got to make a stop. Second and 10. So from the 31, 2nd and 10. They'll fake the draw. Dart gets sacked. Zariah Fisher. 3rd and long. Get to him again. Force him out of field goal range. Give a field goal, okay, you're down, still 1 score, down 6. Rather than down, 2 scores at 10 if you give up a touchdown here. You got to get off the field. 3rd and 14, so from all the pie ate over the holidays, see if Penn State can eat and get a stop. Let's go. Darts pass, far side, incomplete. 4th down, they're going to have to kick a field goal. And this will be from about close to 50, if I'm not mistaken. The ball's, 31-yard line? So 41. Yeah, or no, sorry, it'd be longer field goal than that. 53-yarder because they're at the 35-yard line. 35, 45, and 7, 8, 53 yards, yeah. Oh, they're 31-yard line for whatever reason. But then the sack, that's right, yeah, okay. So 53-yard field goal from Ole Miss. Kick's going to be up and good. So 23-17, 10:48 to play in the 3rd quarter. Hey, Penn State, at least they got off the field, only gave up a field goal rather than a touchdown. They're still down. It's only 1 score, though, still. Down 6. So, yeah. Still there for the taking. They got to make some plays. It's called execution. They got to make some plays. Continue the run, but somebody's going to step at wide receiver. No wide receivers have any catches today for Penn State. You think it's been bad all season long? It's pretty bad today. I mean, how the hell no wide receivers have any catches blows my mind. I mean, yeah, okay, tight ends are getting the ball. They're running the screen game, like I said earlier. But then, yeah, you're missing players on defense, no doubt about it. But Ole Miss is still able to, run their offense. Regardless of that, they have a receiver over 100 yards, they have a tight end over 100 yards. Yeah, they gotta make some plays. They gotta execute. Plain and simple, end of story. There's not much else to it. So we'll see if they can, let alone do. But just frustrating, Here we are again, just good God, just they're right there, but so close yet so far away. You know, like just frustrating. So they need another big explosive play is what they need. They need a turnover on defense, and then capitalize off that, and then those would equal out if they get a touchdown, and then hopefully you have a few point lead, and then okay. But just I wouldn't necessarily say go deep. The sideline's been there for Ole Miss. Ole Miss defense has made it tough on Penn State, throwing it more than 15 yards or so. But has Penn State thrown the ball more than that downfield this season at all anyway? No, not really. Like it doesn't really matter. Doesn't make a big difference. Like it's still the same. But I mean, there's still a lot of time left here. There's still a lot of football to be played. 10:48 to play in the third, plus whole fourth quarter. Penn State's down 6, 23-17. Once again, are undefeated at 10-0 with a 10-2 record when they lead it in the third quarter. So these next 10:48 could be crucial if they want that to continue and be on their side. Maybe not. Maybe they find a way to win it in the fourth quarter. Okay, but man, let's go. I mean, it's time. Because if not now, when? So, man. 1st and 10. Penn State from the 25-yard line. Quick pass to Singleton. He's going to lose a couple yards, though, on the screen near side. 2nd down. I don't know what the hell that just was by ESPN. That's like something you would do coming back from break, not during the fucking play. But they are in Atlanta, College Football Hall of Fame, right down the road. Of course, Penn State being, very historic program with tradition in college football. Oh, there you go. But 2nd and 10, the Lions out of the pistol. They'll run it again. Singleton. And he gets 5 yards. Still going. 6 make it. So, okay, they're sticking with the run, and I like it, okay? You don't want to abandon it. It's still a one-score game. Because then you go one-dimensional, you're fucked. Like, they know exactly what you're going to do then. Like, you still want to try to keep them off balance, but 3rd and 5 coming up here, it's probably going to be a pass. And they'll know that. So, you got to, want it more, but 2, you got to execute. You got 3rd and 4, get 5 yards, okay? You don't need 40. Get 5 yards. Get 6 yards, get a first down, and go from there. Work the damn sticks. From the 30, 3rd and 4. Motion man's Caden Saunders. Get a receiver the football, for God's sakes. They run a tight end screen. Jesus Christ. Tyler Warren with the catch, but then he slips and falls, and he's going to be about a yard short, it looks like, unless they give him a good spot. But it looks like he's going to be short, 4th and a yard. 4th and a long one. That's more like 4th and 2. So they're going to have to fucking punt. Play full position, make a stop on defense. Yeah, because you don't want to go for it, not get it, give them a short field, and you're down 2 scores, backs up against the wall with no time. You want to talk about fucked, you're going to be even more fucked at that point. Analytics can kiss my ass. No. It's called common sense. You don't fucking go for it inside your own 30-yard line. When you're down 6 in the second half, you punt, you play field position. And they do. So this is back to the defense. Got to get a stop. I mean, force another field goal, you're down 9. 26-17. It's 2 scores. Whether it's as, single digits, it's still 2 scores. You can't get to 9 points on one possession. You can get to 8, but you can't get to 9. So, give up any points, it's going to be a dagger right now. Because then you're stuck in motion. You really haven't done a hell of a lot since, that Singleton touchdown right before halftime. 2 minutes or so to play. And then still from then on, it was a long ending to the first half. And, no points were scored. Luckily for Penn State, Ole Miss didn't score. They very well could have, scored themselves, but no, they went 3 and out in 30 seconds, and Ole Miss got the ball back, and then, okay, halftime, Penn State goes 3 and out, get a field goal. Penn State punts again. Ole Miss getting the ball back. Here we are. So, yeah, just defense needs to stop. Plain and simple. I'm not saying if everybody any more points, the game might be over, but they're going to be cutting it close. Like they're really walking a fine line right now on, well, yeah, here we are, we're doing this and that. It's not much, but then whether we're getting stops or not, they're still scoring points. They're still adding on to their lead, and we're still stuck. So, because remember, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I told you earlier, figured it'd slow down. Didn't know when. Here we are. And it's coming down to the line of scrimmage and controlling the clock. And then if there's a turnover or two, okay, add that in. Because still, right now, as Ole Miss has, 2 field goals there, 3 field goals total. But Penn State doesn't turn the ball over. They have a 1-point lead right now at 17-16. That turnover right now is the difference in this game. That Drew Aller interception. Only his second in the season. Came at one of the worst possible times. Because then the defense still can't make stops. They have been, but overall, there's been more good than bad for Ole Miss. And Penn State's stuck. So 1st and 10. Defense needs to stop. Let's go. So 1st and 10 from the 18. 8:39 to play in the third. Ole Miss leads by 6, 23-17. And a missed tackle. And a first down run as he gets pushed out of bounds. So, of course, luckily we got a bear in our hand for, what's taking place. So cheers. 1st and 10. Handoff. Another missed tackle and another first down run by Ole Miss. Jesus fucking Christ. First and 10. Walt 43 pass caught with Dom DeLuca on the coverage. Be about 2nd and 5. Gonna make them pay here? Is that what that sign was? Spread it. Come on, defense. Handoff. Yeah, Ole Miss is going to run the ball, work clock with a lead. I mean, you can't blame them. Yeah, they're taking all the time in the fucking world working this play clock. I mean, if they score, Penn State's down 2 touchdowns going in the 4th quarter, time in on their side, and if they don't do anything, the game's going to be over. 3rd down and 5. That's more like, 3rd and 5. And they just jumped off sides. Of course they fucking did. Unless they say false start. Ole Miss with a timeout. Okay. So rather than delay a game, they call a timeout. Yeah, 3rd and 5. You got to see where the ball's spotted and see where the chain gang's at rather than the fucking invisible line on the screen. So timeout. We'll get back to the action shortly. Once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. There is the Big Ten conference commercial. We'll now see the Shining Sea. Nebraska, Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Northwestern Iowa, Purdue, and Indiana, along with Michigan and Michigan State, Ohio State, along with Maryland and Rutgers. But we are Penn State in Happy Valley. Of course, the Big Ten will add USC, UCLA, Oregon, and Washington next summer officially. In time for play in the 2024 campaign, in which we'll get more into after this game gets over with a little bit later on. So, just Penn State's in a tough spot right now. They are. They got to get a stop, because if not, Ole Miss is just going to control this game from here on out, and it's going to be ball game. So, like, they need to stop. I can't state that enough. I know it might sound like I'm beating a dead horse, but this defense needs to fucking stop. They haven't been able to get one all damn day. They came close to a couple potential turnovers earlier, but then they were overturned, and, no short fields for the offense. Because who knows, if they were turnovers, you score off of them, who knows, what the game would be like right now. Like I said, Ben, I was fine with the interception being overturned for incomplete because it looked like it hit the ground. That fumble, though, I don't know. Seemed like a fumble to me, not incomplete. But, even with all that still, Penn State still turned the ball over themselves. And right now, that's the difference in this game. That's why they're down 6. They'd be up 1 if, they didn't turn the ball over 17-16. Like, this game is a hell of a lot closer than the score is showing right now. But this defense still needs to stop. They'll run a toss, missed tackle. That's the 3rd one on this drive, another first down for Ole Miss. So, they got to give it to them. But they're also just, getting by because Penn State's fucking up. It's just frustrating. Very fucking frustrating is all it is. So 1st and 10, Ole Miss. Pass caught and a hit by Ellis along with DeLuca. Got a late whistle as Ole Miss is going to hurry up, but they blew it dead. Yeah. They haven't given up this many yards in quite a while. First and 10 from the 27, handoff on a draw. More missed tackles and another first down. I mean, what's new? Good God. Just frustrating, man. Like, they're just getting worn out. Two-yard run. So 2nd and officially 9, they say, on a yard. But, man, just tough shit, you know. One of those is what it is. So 2nd and 9. Ball to 14. They'll fake the run, pass into the end zone, incomplete. You turn around, you pick it off. But it falls incomplete, 3rd and 9. Turn the fuck around. You pick that off in the end zone. It's turnover. And touchback, and you got first down at the 20. Drive. Tie this game up. Take the extra point, take a lead. Interceptions cancel each other out. And then it's really field goals to touchdowns then. Pressure. With the pressure, he's wide open over the middle, and touchdown Ole Miss. Do they go for 2, make it 31-17? Or do they just kick the extra point? They're going to go for 2, make a 2-touchdown lead. Just, good God. Defense is breaking. And yeah, it's because of few key players and Ole Miss's high-powered offense. You got to give them credit. So they're going to go for 2 here to make it 31-17, be a 14-point 2-touchdown lead. If successful, if they convert it. Roll out. Come back far side. He's wide open. 31-17 Ole Miss with 4:10 to play in the 3rd quarter. So yeah, not looking good for Penn State. Defense wins you championships, yeah, but there's been a wave the past decade or so in football that, yeah, if you're scoring points, of course you're going to hope to outscore the defense, outscore your opponent. If you're good enough to do that, you're going to win. And just... the offense is stuck, you know. They're going to have to start throwing here before too long. But what makes you think it's going to change? Because still to this point, no receivers have had a reception today. It's been all to the tight ends and running backs. That's what I said. Because it's not like with the receivers, they haven't played them. They have the depth, for God's sakes. I said at the start of the year, they're 18 deep, because they were. And they still are, okay? But really, you're probably about half of that, players that are going to play. And for the most part, yeah, that's come true. I mean, with the injuries, there's been times, okay, or for whatever reason, they're playing or they're not. But you go from Condra Lambert-Smith to Harrison Wallace, okay? The other Wallace is having a successful game, might add. But we're going to roar Lions roar here in a second. And bang the drum a little bit, hopefully. But from Lambert Smith to Harrison Wallace, behind them, okay, I've been high on Omari Evans. I have. He has potential. But Dante Cephas, Malik McLean, they both transferred from Kent and Florida State, respectively. You have Caden Saunders. You have Liam Clifford. They're both from OHIO. Those have been, any particular order, it doesn't really matter. The handful of receivers that have played this season for Penn State. But nobody has really stepped up behind 1 and 2. And that's why the tight ends have been the number one receiver for the most part at times. Today especially. But like, Aller's got to make some fucking plays. Like, Bo Prabula was the one who threw the last passing touchdown. It was a 48-yard pass to Singleton. Aller's pass was on a simple rollout 2 yards in the end zone on 4th and goal. Remember, they don't convert that. They're down 3 scores right now. Maybe even more. 1st and 10, Penn State from the 25. So, like, they need a spark is what they need here on offense. They're going to continue to run the football, which I don't mind. But you're down 14. Time's ticking away. You're going to have to start to pass. Okay? Yeah, you'll get one-dimensional. They'll know what you're doing. But as long as you're executing, converting, it ain't going to fucking matter. If you don't, well, then tough shit. Because you did it to yourself. Like, you want to continue to run the football, we'll run the screen game. You know? But they got to take some shots. They got to go down the middle of the field. They continue to work these tight ends. And somebody's got to step up a wide receiver. How in the hell, with 3.5 to play in the third quarter, does not one Penn State wide receiver have a fucking catch today? That is just pathetic. That pass over the middle, incomplete, intended for tight end Khalil Dinkins. Some pushing and shoving as they get up, but incomplete, 3rd and 9. So, just, I mean, who knows? They don't convert here. Ole Miss gets the ball back going into the 4th quarter, scores again, the game's for sure over. So, like, once again, if not now, when? 3rd and 9. Here we go. Aller. Incomplete, intended for Caden Saunders. He had him over the middle on a crosser, but it's dropped incomplete. 4th down, they'll punt. And this defense, yeah, they don't get a stop. The game might be over with. Hell, the game might be over with now as it is. But we'll see. Like, they've had some stuff work in their favor, but not much. Whether you're basing it off of how everything shook out today, you know, they're all shook up. But, I mean, come on, man. Just, you got to continue to play. But, yeah, with, you want to base on what's happened today, history, at this point, it doesn't matter. You know? It doesn't. It just, you got to give Ole Miss credit. They've controlled this game for the most part, at least the whole entire second half, but also truly, I mean, okay, Penn State's still down even with the turnover now. Like, there's still a drive or two they didn't do anything that's costing them. Like, just it seems like Ole Miss is not necessarily wanting it more, but they're just playing better, you know. And Penn State's yeah, they're in a tough spot. So it's just frustrating. I mean, I did have a good feeling, but I also had a bad feeling. I'm not gonna lie. It was pretty split. Um, but of course, you still root for him. You still want him to win, and then they're coming up short right now. 3rd and 7 from the 30. Pass caught, short of the line of gain, 4th down, and about 2. We'll see if they go for it. They've gone for it a few times in the 4th down and converted. I mean, they have a lead. You punt, okay. You play with your lead. You try to hold it, but if you go for it, get it. I mean, you're looking to put it away at that point. It looks like the offense is going to stay out there, 4th and a yard. So they'll run up to the line together, direct snap, and a big 1st down run for Jesus Christ. Yeah. Every dog has his day. It's one of those days for Penn State. 1st 10 Ole Miss from 44. Dart far side with a dart, incomplete. 25 seconds to play in the 3rd. Handoff for about 2 yards or so. 3rd down here at the end of the 3rd quarter, begin the 4th, it looks like. Got an injured in the Lions, Tony Rojas, a true freshman from Fairfax, Virginia. Holding his right knee. So he's getting some playing time in this game today, with some injuries at linebacker. Had already burned his red shirt anyway, so. But then they're checking out his right shoulder. So, seems like an arm, shoulder injury rather than a knee injury. There's Sebastianelli. So hopefully he's okay, but probably do it for the 3rd quarter because they'll wind the clock, and then 3rd down to begin the 4th for Ole Miss, up 14. He'll walk off, but he probably won't be going back in. Penn State jumps off sides. Ole Miss got a free play. I don't think they blew it dead. And then he caught it and then wanted a PI, but we'll see what the call is.
Key Lawrence, who we saw from Oklahoma, 9 different defensive guys picked up in the board alone.
1 second to go in the third quarter here. Offside for Penn State. So 5 yards. The play didn't happen. Replay third down. So, yeah, I mean, they've bet on the offsides all fucking day. On the hard count, they've jumped. They've shot themselves in the foot there. Turnover, go point. Not doing much else since late second quarter. Final play of the third quarter, handoff on a draw, and tackle for loss. So 4th down to begin the fourth for Ole Miss. They'll punt. Penn State can get the ball back, down 14, 31-17, with 15 to play. Score and score quick and hope to get a stop and hope to score again. If they want to tie this game up, let alone have a chance to win it, late in the fourth, if you can, push it further. But yeah, just frustrating. Got to give Ole Miss credit though, but we'll see what Penn State does when we return. If it's nothing, the game's probably over with for sure. If they do something, of course, don't get any points out of it, it's probably still over with at that point. But if they, do something, get some points out of it, all right, you're right back in it. Defense needs another stop, and you're right there. So, yeah, just one of those days. I mean, they're so close, but yet so far away again. It's just frustrating. So I'll leave it at that. There's not really much else to say. I said my piece to this point. I'll go from there. So they have no passing attack down the field. Like Matt Canada obviously got fired by the Steelers and, is calling the Penn State offense today. Yeah. I don't know what else to say, man. You gotta do something. Can't just, sit around and not do anything. At least fight, to come back. Get something to build off of. But, yeah, there's still a chance, but slim. Like I said, they're going to have to get the ball back and score and get a stop and hope to score again and hope, they don't score any more points. So then you're tied at 31 and it's a whole new ball game. So, momentum. That whole entire third quarter is Ole Miss. Shutting out Penn State 11-0 in the third. 31-17 now. So Ole Miss punts. Penn State needs a spark. They do. Fair catch at the 11. So first and 10 Lions from there. Handoff. Singleton, first down run for 11. Hopefully it's not getting called back because of a holding like it has a few other times today. No flag. We play on. 1st and 10, Penn State. All right, let's go. Yeah, from the 22. 1st and 10, Aller down the middle, caught. Warren to the 37. Another first down. You got to keep it up. You got to build. Aller hands off Singleton again, but he gets stuffed. No gain on the play. So 2nd and 10. Come on, offense. Come on, boys. What do you got? Let's go. And a late whistle. They'll say false start, Penn State. So they'll back themselves up 5 yards. On Chocolate Thunder's kid. So 2nd and 15. From 32. 2nd and 15. Aller, far side, caught. Clifford. That's the first reception by a wide receiver today by Penn State. 13:32 to play in the game. Jesus Christ, Penn State. Yeah. Thank you, Lewis Riddick. I just said that. 3rd and 10. So they get the penalty yards back. Penalty's going to cost them. They'll be short if they don't convert. Be 4th and a yard. When they, got 5 yards on that pass, be 3rd and 5 right now, they didn't have the penalty. From the 37 again. 3rd and 10. Aller looking to throw. Gets pressured down the middle. Caught at midfield. First down in the lines. Liam Clifford again. All right, hey. Sean's little brother, Little Red Dog, barking, making some noise here. I just talked about earlier, about dogs. From midfield, 1st and 10. Going deep. Aller. Maury Evans, incomplete. They get the penalty, though. It's going to be a pass interference on Penn State, though, rather than Ole Miss. Jesus Christ. Never mind. But, size of dog in the fight is about the size of the fight in the dog. So they'll replay it down. As they do go deep. That's the second time they've gone twice to Evans. But interception and a penalty. They haven't been able to execute. Yeah. Put Corey Geiger in a quarterback and just fucking chuck it deep. 1st and 25 now. Jesus Christ. Ball at the fucking 35-yard line still. Aller dumps it off over the middle on a slant to Warren. He gets back to midfield and out past midfield. 45 to the Ole Miss 43-yard line. So you got a 2nd and about 3. You got to score on this drive, man. You got to score. 2nd and 3. Aller going to step up, dump it off far side. Singleton. Gets pushed out of bounds inside the 30. 1st and 10, Penn State. All right, let's go. And remember, they still got all 3 timeouts left, too. 12:07 to play as he gets out of bounds. Clock stops. 1st and 10 now lines. Now stops again because of an injury. They'll wind it after this. Hopefully he's okay. But, of course, because in college football now, it's only under 2 minutes at the end of the half of the game that the clock's going to stop, whether you get out of bounds or not. So, First and 10. knocking on the door, but they'll take a commercial break with the injury. So hopefully he's okay. We'll get back to the action shortly, but you got to keep it up. Maintain the momentum. You got to score here. Field goal, I mean, you're down 11 then. You still need a touchdown, 2-point, another field goal just to tie. Comes down to they got to go for it on fourth down. You're probably going to go for it because you need a fucking touchdown. You're down 14 with, 12 minutes to play. So they're going to have to get a stop. Hopefully after they score here, get the ball back and hope to score again, tie it. And just don't do anything stupid. Don't be chasing points and go for 2 in the win. Fucking tie it and have momentum going into overtime if it comes down to it. Just make sure they don't get the ball back to kick a potential game-winning field goal or something like that, you know what I mean? So, yeah, just we'll see what happens here. But they're knocking on the door. Can they punch it in? A couple of plays there. Just don't start shooting yourselves in the foot. Don't be going backwards because of penalties. Let them don't turn the ball over. We've had one turnover the whole entire game. It's an interception from Penn State. Ole Miss with a touchdown off of it. They're up 11. They have a 4-point lead right now if Penn State doesn't turn the ball over. Penn State scores here, take the lead, go in the fourth quarter, momentum. Defense gets a stop, maybe win the game. That turnover is biting them in the ass. It is. When you still have a chance here, but no, because you have the turnover, you're down even more. But I mean, it could be a hell of a lot worse, but it's a hell of a lot closer than the score shows. But if they did, or it's not 31-20, it's 31-17, my bad. You get my point, though. The interception, let me say all that again, yeah. It still makes sense. I just said it wrong. I was going on if they already had the field goal. That comes down to, okay, you take your points once again, but you're not going to be able to because you're going to have to score because you're down 14. No, it's the interception. Okay, they don't have that. It's 24-17. Penn State scores here. They tied at 24 then. That's what I meant to say. So, yeah, it's still biting them in the ass. It is. But they're knocking on the door. For Beulah, they're going to run a double pass. What the fuck was that? For Beulah, yeah, they wanted a double pass, getting fucking special, and just can't execute. Would have been complete to Aller, but it was high and complete out of bounds, so it's going to be a loss of how many fucking yards? 2nd and 22. And then Aller was going to chuck it deep. It's going to have some, I don't know if anybody was open or not, but just getting special like that, just enough, quit. It's always in these big games like that. They do shit like this and it fucking costs them. Aller over the middle, caught Harrison Wallace. And they get some of that lost yardage back, but it's 3rd and long. That's going to be his first catch since trying to think when. It's been a while since he played because he was hurt. 3rd and 17. Jesus Christ. Down the middle, caught and dropped by Lambert Smith at the first down marker. 4th down. Well, it'd be a long field goal. I'd kick it because it's 4th and 17. They're going to have to punt, though. Because then you're down 11, back to what I was saying. Well, they will kick the field goal. Sorry. I was going to say, take your fucking points. There's still 11:05 to play. Still got 3 timeouts. It's 4th and 17. It's not like 4th and a yard to go for it. You kick your field goal. 51-yarder. Ole Miss made from 53. Why can't you make from 51? This is to make it a 2-score game as it's fucking blocked. Of course it is. I was going to say, make it a 2-score game as it already is, 31-17, but 31-20, you don't need 2 touchdowns. You need a touchdown, 2-point, field goal to tie. But then they block the fucking field goal, so the game's probably over with now. Yeah. So blocked field goal. Of course, 50 plus yards, it's going to be, you know, coming off low off the ground. You get your hand up to block it. There you go. You know, because you want it to go the distance. You want it to be low from the start and then it travels rather than, you know, high in the air, you know, because it's short or, you know, anywhere in between. That's just kicking. But no, yeah, it was 31-17. Blocked field goal. Ole Miss getting the ball back 1st and 10. Game's probably over with. Ole Miss pregnant with the Peach Bowl here, bearing a unforeseen comeback from Penn State, and no, not having any fun right now. They're at Google, but have a little fun. Well, maybe if you know it was, you know, 31-17 the other way. But that's what I was saying though. Yeah, 31-17. Yeah, it came down to kicking it because they couldn't convert. Fucking trick play cost them. As you know, hey, what's new there? Like they're right there. They marched and then they went backwards, and then, you know, that happens. Like just up and down today. But yeah, you kick it for sure, as they did, as it came down to it. But saying beforehand, like the turnover from earlier is costing them. It is. You look at, you know, like I was saying, 31-17. Ole Miss doesn't have a touchdown off the turnover. It's 24-17. You score, you tie it up. Let alone still kick the field goal. You're down 4 with, you know, 10 minutes to change to play. Get a stop, get the ball back, score, and win. Okay, but because they have the turnover, they're down. You know, Ole Miss has the points off of it. But even if they would have, you know, made the field goal 31-20, you're still down 11. You still need the wall stop for one, let alone probably 2 of them. But the field goal, along with, you know, a touchdown and 2-point just to tie. So just it's been tough for Penn State today. You got to give Ole Miss credit though. It's just it's one of those days. So USA, shout out to the troops. Thank you for your service. Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard. Whether you're a former, current, future member of the United States military, thank you. Shout out to the vets. 1st and 10 from the 25, and of course, any active duty personnel. From the 35. And a handoff, maybe a yard or 2 on the run. Yeah, they'll run the ball, work clock, make Penn State call their timeouts. I mean, that's why you still kick it after all that happened, because you're only down 11 rather than 14. You need the touchdown, 2-point field goal to tie if you get more stops. But like you're still giving yourself a chance rather than going for it on 4th and 17. If it's 4th and shorter, okay, maybe go for it. Remember they went on 4th and goal earlier and, you know, scored. Haven't scored though since the Singleton receiving touchdown before halftime. Getting shut out in the 3rd quarter. There's a blocked field goal for you. That pass caught, 1st down. Out towards midfield, 1st and 10, Ole Miss. Get a flag on the play though. Just so that there DeAndre is from the Zebras, but yeah, just man. Illegal substitution by Penn State on defense. 12 on defense because they were, you know, going too fast and then got caught on defense. Penalties going to be declined, and 1st down Ole Miss because the, you know, catch was made. But just once again frustrating as all hell. From 48, 1st and 10. I'll run it again. And 3, maybe 4 yards. Yeah, it's really the turnover, and it's, you know, not making the stop when you needed to, another drive or 2, let alone, you know, scoring yourself. Is why they're down 14 right now. And it really started with the turnover. You think about it. Because remember, it was tied at 3. Ole Miss tries and scores. Penn State ties it up. It's 13, 20-10. Penn State cut it to 3, 20-17, but then it's been all Ole Miss since. 2nd and 6 with under 10 to play in the Peach Bowl. Dart looking to avoid a couple sacks, tucks it and runs, and gets a first down. Daquan Hardy, good to see Tony Rojas back out there. He makes tackle as well. So 1st and 10 for Ole Miss again. And yeah, they're just going to bleed clock. You know, why shouldn't they? You got to give them credit. They're good. And, you know, you talk about the future of college football and the future of both these teams. Like, they're going to both be fine. You know, one's going to use it to propel, and one's going to use it to look back on, well, here's what we should have done, and how do we get over the hump? 1st and 10 from the 40. Because remember, Penn State still has not won back-to-back bowl games since 2005, 2006, 2007 when they won 3 straight. They've won 2 in a row since then, okay? It's been win-loss, win-loss, win-loss. Come close in a few games. But, of course, doesn't fucking matter because you lost. All anybody ever remembers whether you won or lost. And then it's still, you know, okay, Big Ten SEC. And Big Ten was looking good. And now they're playing SEC teams in bowl games. And, well, same old, and they're losing still. Pass incomplete, out of bounds. 3rd and long coming up for Ole Miss. So, just like I said, man, just frustrating. They're comparing Jackson Dart to Anakin Skywalker. Of course, Luke, I am your father. James Earl Jones, Darth Vader's from Mississippi. And Penn State just gave up a big first down to the Rebs once again. They're in the red zone, knocking on the door. I mean, any points with the game already over with anyway, you know, for sure seal it at this rate. So actually 1st and goal Ole Miss now. Ball's going to be at the 7. And out of the gun, Dart will fake the give, looking to throw, caught, down to 2. 2nd goal Ole Miss from there. Yeah, nice pump fake. Defender bit, and yeah, Eli Manning's beating up on Chad Powers right now. 2nd and goal. Ball 2-yard line. They'll fake the toss. Dart keeps it for himself. He walks in, touchdown. So that'll about do it. (37-17) extra point to come. Some trash talking. Another 10-play, 5-minute touchdown drive by Ole Miss. It's been all Rebs. SEC chant from the crowd, and as Hank Jr. once said, if the South would have won, I mean, well, here we are, but extra points up and good. 38-17. Pushing and shoving, players having to be held back, motions getting the better of a lot of these players on both teams. So, yeah, man, just they're right there, but let it slip. Credit to Ole Miss, you know, they made more plays and beat up this Penn State defense, the best in the country. 38-17. Penn State getting the ball back, but for what it's worth, this game's over with. I mean, you're just looking at getting players some, you know, playing time at this rate. I mean, yeah, it's what? 38-17, which is, you know, the 3-score game. It's really okay. Ole Miss has 2 more touchdowns, but Penn State, because of the turnover, they have 3 more. You know, so it's still a 2-score game, at least. And they've just controlled this entire second half. Like, Penn State has not done a damn thing since that Pregame to Singleton passing touchdown with about 2 minutes to play in the first half. And they've had their chances. Don't get me wrong. They've had their chances, but they haven't been able to execute. And you got to give it to Ole Miss. You do. I'm not going to, you know, sit here and bullshit with you. You got to give it to Ole Miss, and from controlling the game to not necessarily wanting it more, but just playing better. Talk about execution. They've been hitting the nail right on the fucking head 9 times out of 10. They're making plays when Penn State ain't, and yeah, it's frustrating for Penn State. Be a long off season after this for sure. Like I said, they haven't won 2 straight bowl games since they won 3 in a row, 05, 06, 07. Well, James Franklin's never won 2 straight bowl games as a head coach, whether it's at Vandy or, you know, Penn State. So, I mean, with the loss today, I mean, that works in their favor for next year, you know, to win the bowl game then. Of course, college football is going to be changing, you know, with the playoff. And, you know, we'll get into that discussion in a little bit, but because this would have been a playoff game if you know, you had the 12-team format this year. Been 10-11, but it wouldn't have been 10 versus 11 unless it would have been, you know, later on. It wouldn't have been a first-round matchup, you know. Like, 10 would be at, 7? 11 would be at 6. You know, like, whoever would be ranked 5th and 6th. Really, the Orange Bowl with Georgia or not 5th and 6th. 6th and 7th, excuse me. 5 would be playing 12, which would be the highest ranked non-power 5, which would be Liberty. Yeah, Penn State would be at Ohio State again. That's your 10-7 matchup, and 11-6 would be Ole Miss, Florida State. Or who's 5, who's 6? Georgia's 5, Florida State 6, or it's vice versa. Georgia's going to beat the fucking fuck out of Florida State anyway. Yeah, like this would be it wouldn't be 10-11, but you get my point. Like, this would be, if you're in the top 12, you're in the playoff. That pass incomplete, intended for the fat man, Katron Allen. So, Yeah, there's nothing at wide receiver. I said it earlier this year. I think Franklin fucked up when he fired Taylor Stubblefield, and he brought in the assistant from Virginia to replace him. Because what have the wide receivers done this year? Like, other than Lambert, Smith, and Harrison Wallace, not a goddamn fucking thing. That pass complete to Liam Clifford. He's had the most catches of all the receivers today. 3, make it 4 maybe, and they've all been in this fourth quarter. Yeah, that's why the tight ends are there. That's why you have the running game and the screen game. But you still gotta, oh no, we don't do that. Well, that's what I said. Corey Geiger, I think everybody's going to be owing, especially James Franklin, him an apology. The way the wide receivers played this season, because I get nothing is what it used to be. Just look at the fucking country, for God's sakes. But that pass caught Wallace over the middle, first 10, Penn State from around midfield. But this is probably, and they've had extremely good wide receivers in the past, especially under Franklin. But this year, it's been the execution, the production. It's nowhere near anywhere that it once was. They're taking their commercial break with an injury. But you'd still like to see a little bit done, but not. They haven't even seen that this year. It's Lambert, Smith, and Harrison Wallace, and then even with the depth and the talent they have, nobody stepped up. So who knows what the future holds there? There's rumors of a former Penn State recruiting commit that went elsewhere, was transferring, might be coming to Happy Valley. Shout out to Blaze Alexander. But even adding somebody, it's like free agency in the transfer portal. You add somebody, you still got to get production out of them, because it ain't going to fucking matter then if, they don't produce. It's going to be the same old, same old. And they have depth at tight end too. They're going to be, thing is, okay, the defense is going to be young next year. I'll tell you that much. They're going to be losing guys, whether they were playing today or not. They've have already made declarations they're going to the NFL. Just think if they were all opted out, how bad it is now. Just think how much worse it fucking could be. Don't even get me started. But Aller will be back at quarterback. Prabula to back him up. You'll have Allen and Singleton at tailback. Of course, another top 10 recruiting class coming in, I might add, for all these positions. So, there's going to be some, new players here and there. It's going to be a big question mark at tight end, even though they have the depth. It's who's taking the reins, who's stepping up, making plays. So they have depth at tight end as well. So if it needs to be that way, then okay. Defense going to be young, for sure. And then I might add, you're going to be breaking a new offense coordinator and a new defense coordinator. The last time Penn State did that was going in 2016. Of course, they went on to win the Big Ten that year. I'm not saying they're going to win the Big Ten next year. You get my point. You're going to have turnover. You're going to have change. So, of course, basic, fundamental, true values will stay the same. That's the thing with the program. Yeah, every few years you're going to start over. But it's not rebuilding, it's reloading. Aller, strip sack, Ole Miss with the recovery. And, that should about do it. So, rolling on the field's a fumble, 1st and 10 Ole Miss. but they're still going to be, right there. It's getting over that hump. But there's more to it, okay? It's being in the top 12, which they've been, okay? Truly, if you can be in the top 11, because they'll take the highest ranked non-power 5 as the 12, unless the highest ranked non-power 5 is ranked 12, then there's your 12. But, like, you're going to be in the playoff. And then, from the home games in the first round for 5, 6, 7, 8, as the first 4 will have buys, you'll move on to the quarters, the semis, and so on and so forth in that championship game. But that's why I play a game. You don't know what the hell's going to happen. You just sign on paper, sell on the field. But like, just overall, yeah, it's going to be a long off season. Football season will be here, before you know it, next year. They'll actually begin late August rather than early September. The calendar shakes out. But Penn State the timeout, for what it's worth, trying to stop clock 5:27 to play down fucking 21. I mean, yeah, you can do that all you want, but it ain't gonna fucking matter now. Yeah. Ole Miss just in the second half just blew them away. They controlled the game and wanted them more, it felt like. And I'm not singing Sweet Caroline right now, no. So well, I'd assume so. The center is up on the ball. The rest of the line follows. They'll run a direct snap, quarterback in motion, fake the give, and no gain on the play. So third down, more pushing and shoving by I'm not worried by any means. Of course, I'm fucking pissed off with how this, shook out today. But, damn well they're going to be right back in the thick of it next year. It's like that every year. They exactly got to get over that hump. And regardless, they get over that hump or not, you're in the top 12 for the playoff. You could have 1, 2, 3 losses potentially to still get in, So, like, I think you'll be fine. You will be. You gotta just keep, of course, head held up high. Fight through this adversity. Losing sucks, no doubt about it. You win some, you lose some. Losing fucking sucks. So won, 2 straight bowl games and close to 18 years. Even though they've been there, it's win, loss, win, loss, win, loss. Penn State the third and final timeout. I mean, I don't know why they're calling them. I mean, it's not like they're down fucking 3, low on 7. They're down 21 with 5:15 to play, calling their 3 timeouts to stop the clock. Okay, yeah, they're going to get the ball back because Ole Miss has a, 4th and long here. They're going to punt. Penn State get the ball back. Okay, you'll have, little time, little room here to end on a high note, I guess. But if say you do score, you're down 14. Well, it's one of the drives As that strip sack fumble ain't going to hurt him here because Ole Miss is going to punt. But one of the drives on the interception, they scored off of him. And then one of the drives, you couldn't get off the field, and then you couldn't do much yourself. Or else you're right there. Flag on the play. Another flag on the play. These Pac-12 refs, they're going out on a high note. Legal substitution by Ole Miss, 12 on offense, 5 yards. I'll replay 4th down, so it'll be 4th and 20 now. So, yeah, you can roll it up and smoke it, but might help ease the pain here. Down by 21 with 5:15 to play, but yeah, just overall, man, yeah, it's tough. Losing once again sucks, but you got to look at it, try to put it in perspective on a high note. Like, it's still going to be fine. Like, it's not the end of the fucking world, even though it is, because losing sucks. So leave it at that. I got more to say after here, so stay tuned. We'll get into a recap and a preview for next year. So I'll get caught up on chat questions and comments and all that. I've seen them come through the whole entire game. I just haven't got to them. I've been watching this game, and that pass going to be, well, he pump faked and then tucked it and ran for a 1st down. So 1st down, Penn State. Yeah, I think everybody thought it was deflected because he threw it and it was picked off, but he tucked it and ran on the pump fake. Far side caught Singleton out past midfield down the far sideline into Ole Miss territory inside the 40. 1st and 10. So, I mean, this is how the last drive went, remember? And then, they ran that trick play, went backwards, and then they missed the 51-yarder because it was blocked on the field goal. Like, even if they had that, Ole Miss still scores as they did off of it with a short field, Of course, it wouldn't have happened that way. I mean, they still score on the next drive, okay, you get my point. But, like, you're still down 18. You can't get 2 9-point drives. You can get 2 8-point drives. You're still down 3, and then it comes down to, well, you should, could have kicked it at some point in time earlier and didn't, or could have. Like, just coulda, woulda, shoulda overall for Penn State today, So, a lot of injuries. We'll play on. And after the injury, now we got a late whistle. They'll reset the play clock. All right. Aller going to step up, tuck it and run again. He gets another 1st down. Down inside the 20, still going at the 13-yard line. All right. I mean, yeah, now there's fucking sense of urgency, of course, because you're down as much as you are late. But truly, you think about it, where the hell was this all fucking game? Touchdown, Penn State. Harrison Wallace on the reception. 35 or 38 to 23. Yeah, you go for 2, you're down 13. And then you still need 2 touchdowns in 4 minutes. If you get an onside kick. Yeah. Post over the middle in the end zone. Aller to Wallace for 6. He had one of the tight ends on a wheel route, far sideline too. Here's your 2-point play. Hopefully they don't motion everybody to the top of your screen and have a center, a quarterback, and then only one guy at the bottom of your screen. and everybody else was fucking watching. Go for 2, they run a fade far side, it's incomplete. And now they get the flag. So, I mean, even if they didn't get it, you're down 15. That's still 2 scores. 1 touchdown and a 2-point, and another touchdown with an extra point. But they'll still get a chance to go for 2 here because of the pass interference on Ole Miss, because he never turned around. Yeah, if he would have turned around, they probably wouldn't have threw it, but he never turned around and looked at the ball. I mean, you play the ball, they let you play. You play the receiver, they're throwing the flag. So now Penn State gets to retry the 2-point try because of the penalty, be half the distance. So from the 1.5-yard line now, 38-23, Penn State going for 2 to make it 13, and of course still down 2 scores. Still need 2 touchdowns. Singleton on the reception, 2-point try is good. So now it's 38-25 with 4:14 to play as Pregame completed the pass. And shit, you think about it. Yeah, you're down 13. This just comes back to bite you in the ass even more because of the turnover. That interception they got points off of. They don't have that. They're only up 6 right now, 31-25, with 4:14 to play. Whether you have timeouts or not, it's a whole new ball game. All you need is a fucking stop, and all you need to do is drive and score a touchdown and win the game. That's how close this game is. But yet they're still down 13 because they turn the ball over. That's the difference overall in this game. I mean, we'll look at the other stats, as well. It's really time of possession, which Ole Miss is going to be, controlling for sure. Penn State about to kick an onside kick here. So there's still a chance, but still slim. So we'll see here what happens. Very rarely anymore, of course, do you recover onside kicks. I couldn't even tell you last time Penn State recovered an onside kick. It's been that long. But it looks like they'll kick it near side. Yep. And a good bounce, but Ole Miss recovers right around midfield. So, I mean, Penn State can't stop the clock unless Ole Miss gets out of bounds. They're not going to, for the most part. They'll run the ball and run the clock out, and that'll probably do it. Yeah, so close yet once again, so far away. The turnover costs them to get points off of it. They had a couple close calls on turnovers themselves off Ole Miss earlier, but they reversed and, nothing. They ended up scoring on the one drive, I think with a field goal. Didn't get anything off the other one. It was a touchdown, I can't remember. But Ole Miss with the run there for about 3 yards. Penn State, of course, going to try to force a fumble. Second down, they can drain this clock to about 3:20 or so before they have to snap it. And then, really, they just need to get a first down and the game's over. And Ole Miss is going to win the Peach Bowl over Penn State. So Penn State will still be searching for that next Peach Bowl appearance, let alone a Peach Bowl win to become the first ever college football program in history to win all major bowl games. Because they're not going to get it done today. But, yeah, if only they would have done a little bit more on a couple of the drives. They're still in it, but toss, they wanted to throw it, and then a tackle for loss, 3rd and long. Now they can take it under 2:45 or so. It depends on when the fucking play clock resets. Now it does. So now, they can take it back down to like 2:30 before I have to snap it. Penn State still might get the ball back, but if they do, I'm going to be pissed if they do drive and score, because then it's back to that interception is why they're going to be down, unless you're tied, let alone have a lead. You probably wouldn't have went for 2, though, just a minute ago if, it was that way. You'd be tied. From the 49, 3rd and 11, they'll run a toss on an option. And They'll wind the clock because it didn't get out of bounds, but Penn State makes a stop. 4th down, they'll get the ball back with under 2 minutes to play. If they score quick, I mean, get the ball back on an onside kick, score and win the game. All right, but I mean, they'd need a 5-day late Christmas miracle for that to happen. So, yeah, just it circles down to they had their chances, you know. They turned the ball over. Ole Miss can call timeout with $1:35 to play. Penn State can get the ball back. For what it's worth, 38-25. They're still down 2 scores with that time. So, I mean, yeah, they got to score quick, get the ball back, score again to win it. But we'll see. Probably not. Never know, though. Ain't over until it's over, until the 0-0's on the clock. Yeah, Florida State's 5, Georgia's 6. But, of course, Michigan's 1, Washington 2, Texas 3, Alabama 4. Rose Sugar Bowl on Monday for the college football playoff. Be sure to check out my college football bowl game preview to listen to what I have to say and who I have winning the respective games as it's coming down to the end of the season. Minute 35 to play for Penn State's 2023 campaign. Down 13, they'll let the punt bounce into the end zone for a touchback. So 1st and 10, they launch from the 20. $1:28, no timeouts, down 13, but no, yeah, just overall having their chances. Turn the ball over, couldn't make stops on defense when they had to, and a poor second half up until just recently. You know, because they were still there. Remember, it was 2017 at halftime, and then they got shut out in the 3rd quarter. Ole Miss scored again. Penn State just scored for the first time since right before halftime a little bit ago, and went for 2 and got it, getting the ball back. 1st 10 to 20 here, but yeah, just see what happens. Down the middle, caught, and yeah, now as Harrison Wallace makes the catch, he's hurt again, but hopefully he's okay. He's been banged up this season. A lot of injuries today. That month gap in between will get cut down with the playoff. There's going to be games before Christmas, after Christmas, and then, of course, into the new year, beginning of next year. But, yeah, where the fuck has this been all fucking game? You know, I get they're probably, or some people will say that, well, they're giving it to them. Well, you're still playing. There's still time left here. You're still able to make plays, right? Yeah, exactly. Like, where the hell has this been all game? Like, now they're going downfield with the receivers when it's too fucking late. You know, if only earlier they were doing this, it'd be a hell of a lot closer than it is. It's still that turnover is biting them in the ass. That interception that led to 7 points. Because Ole Miss doesn't have that right now. Penn State has the ball back. 31-25. With a minute 18, and you got half field to work with now, it's a whole different perspective. It's a whole different narrative. You drive, you score, you win the game. Not down 13. You know, 1-2 plays here and there, yeah, it does decide the outcome overall. You know, that turnover right now is the difference in this game, regardless of everything else that's happened. Because it led to points. Now, if it didn't lead to points, as the fumble didn't lead to points, they had to pump and get the ball back here. It wouldn't fucking matter. They're still down 6, yeah, because they still haven't done enough, but now you have a chance. 1st and 10 from the 49. Aller out of the gun. Gonna roll out and then throw it away. Caught by a number on the Ole Miss sideline. 2nd and 10, minute 4 to play. I mean, there's still a chance even with this, you know. Not much, very slim once more. But you score, you know, get an onside kick, get the ball back, score, and fucking win the game, like, then okay. That's what we're talking about then. Like, holy shit, what the hell happened? You know? Because it ain't over until it's over. But it's been over, though. That's the thing. Unless they fucking, like I said, get a miracle. Aller going to pump fake as he rolls out. And then it's incomplete. 10 from Malik Mega, the 30-yard line. So 3rd and 10 with 57 seconds. Aller looking to throw. He's probably get called back for a hold. They let it slide, though. He's going to tuck it and run again down to the 35. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go. Got no fucking timeouts. Go, come on. Get the play off. I get the clock stops under 2 minutes now, but still, you still gotta go because they'll wind as soon as I spot the ball. You don't waste that much time, but still. Aller, that's an illegal forward pass. It's incomplete anyway, and, well, no penalty. These refs have let him play today. They have. It's right now the turnover you got by Penn State's what's killing him. How in the hell is he thrown for almost 300 yards? We'll pull up final stats and scores in a minute once this game goes final. Looking to throw again. He's run the ball pretty damn well today, too. I mean, I don't think the second half there's been as much balance in the run game. I get they're down, and they're still trying to stick to the run, and then, you know, okay, they're down by even more, you got to throw. But 3rd and 10 after the incompletion with 30 seconds to play. Lane Kiffin's making sure that Ole Miss defense that, hey, tackle them in bounds. They don't have any timeouts. Clock's going to run. Yeah, Penn State's got to get the hell out of bounds. Sideline your friend. Clock will stop. Ball batted down, incomplete. 4th down. Now here's your ball game, folks. So 4th and 10, here we go. Got to convert, stay alive. Aller down the middle, incomplete. Ball game. Ole Miss will defeat Penn State in the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl, 38-25, going to be your final score. As they'll only have to take one snap and kneel it out, and that'll be all she wrote. They had their chances. They did. But you got to give it to Ole Miss. They played way better than Penn State did. And at times, yeah, seemingly wanted it more. Because they controlled the not entirety of the game, but a good percentage of it. And I think it started really, the momentum went to Ole Miss with the interception that led to points. And just one thing after another. We'll recap here in a minute, but there you go. There's the knee going down on the final play of the game, and we'll have post-game handshakes with James Franklin and Lane Kiffin. Ole Miss, 11 wins in a single season for the first time ever in program history, as Penn State still has not won back-to-back bowl games since they won 3 straight in 2005, 2006, 2007. 38-25, your final score. 13-point win. For the Ole Miss Rebels over the Penn State Lions. As the game, yes, was a hell of a lot closer than the final score shows, but it also very well could have been a hell of a lot worse than the final score ended up showing. You win some, you lose some. Losing fucking sucks. It'll be a long off season for Penn State, to say the least. After a long game here today. Regardless if the game was, over half hour ago now, truly it seemed like not necessarily Penn State didn't come to play, didn't show up. You remember, they're up 3-0, and then, Ole Miss ties it at 3. That interception, man, was a killer. From there on out, it felt like Ole Miss controlled the game with a line of scrimmage. They were pass heavy. Penn State couldn't stop it, and they started around the ball. Penn State couldn't stop that. And then, even with coming back, just yeah. Congrats to Ole Miss for winning the Peach Bowl over Penn State. However, of course, we are, and still are, Penn State, and will always will be. Tough loss, for sure, no doubt about it. Once again, they had their chances, But, yeah, it felt like Ole Miss, they, for the most part, yeah, they punted, as many times as Penn State did for the most part. But talk about in stride, in rhythm, had momentum, executing with, all the plays they ran. As high-powered and fast-paced, up-tempo NASCAR type of offense, as they are. I mean, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. must have been driving for Penn State today, but it sucks. Once again, you got to give them credit, though. You do, because they played better. Even though Penn State was right there, Ole Miss still played better, and this is what it is. Because I can sit here and say, well, could have this, could have that. Yeah, could have, would have, should have. Tough shit, Like, truly, if they don't turn the ball over, if, they, get a stop when they needed to, let alone scored, a few more times, than they did. So I'm saying it was a hell of a lot closer than the final score showed, but it could have been a hell of a lot worse. The final score did end up showing. Remember, it's 2017 at halftime. And Penn State got the ball to begin the second half. They very well could have tied it up, took a lead, but no, they get shut out in the third quarter, 31-20, or 31-17, excuse me, at the end of the third. And then Ole Miss scores again. Penn State scores for the first time, sometime before halftime, late, under 5 minutes to go for 2, get it. Still just, they didn't do enough. They flat out didn't do enough, and it starts at the top and works its way down. But yeah, I'm frustrated and pissed off, but I'm not worried, okay, because it's going to be not necessarily the same old next year. Of course, this year they lost the same 2 teams they lost to last year. New Year's Six bowl game, they won it last year, they lose it this year. They still haven't won 2 straight bowl games in close to 18 years once more. 05, 06, 07 was the last time they won at least 2 straight, and then they won 3 straight. Every time since, if they're in a bowl game in the postseason, it's win, loss, so on and so forth, on down the line. And just they, of course, yeah, got to get over that hump, but they're still going to be in a good spot. That's why I'm not worried. With recruiting, whether it's old school, high school recruiting, transfer portal, you build your team, okay, and you just, damn well they're still going to be in the thick of it. Like they're going to be fine. And I'd truly be surprised if they're not. I mean, I get every once in a while they have a bad year or two, but and sometimes, once again, you got to go through the bad times to get to the good times, as I've said in the past. But like, once again, with the new college football playoff, if you're in the top 12, like, that should be your goal. Whether you lose here, yeah, okay, I get it. You might win them all, you might not. But as long as you're in that top 12 now at the end of the year, really the top 11, because Penn State in the Big Ten is not going to be a non-Power 5. You got to be in the top 11, because they'll take the highest ranked non-Power 5 champ, unless they're ranked 12th. And then, of course, yeah, you're in. But, like, you'll be in the playoff with 1, 2, 3 losses potentially. It just depends on how, season shook out to that point. As good or bad as, teams are. There's only going to be one team left standing, though, at the end of the year. And that's whoever wins the national championship. Yeah, you could still finish strong with a win. Didn't do that today. Technically, when they enter 2024, the last time they would have won would have been, on Black Friday. In conference, because they still can't beat the SEC. They're now 25-25 all-time against the SEC and 9-11 against the conference in bowl games. And James Franklin, 2-2 against Ole Miss all-time. Is 2-1 at Vandy. But then he's 2-4 against the SEC here at Penn State. 2 wins against Auburn, lost to Georgia, lost to Kentucky, lost to Arkansas, and lost to Ole Miss in the postseason in the bowl games of the Gator, Citrus, Outback, and Peach Bowl here today. So from Florida to Georgia and the line in between, yeah, I guess around here, Penn State, hey, it's still a 10-win season. That's still something to be proud of. Even though, well, others will say, no, not really, because, well, you still didn't beat this team or that team, and then, you lose to finish the season. But that's why I said earlier, like, they lose this now. Good thing about it is next year, like, they haven't lost 2 straight bowl games in quite a while. So it's flip-flop. It's you win, lose. So, next year they should win the bowl game. Knock on wood. I don't want to jinx them, but you get my point. It's just, they got to find some middle ground. They got to be more consistent. Not in that specifically, but that too, yes. But just overall, consistency is key. They've been consistent in recruiting. They've been consistent at, like I said before, they've seemingly beaten everybody else other than the these past 2 years, Ohio State and Michigan. Then we have to play one of those 2 teams now next year, but then, they'll have to play others as well with realignment and what college football is going to look like now in 2024. And we're going to get into that in a minute. Let me get caught up on these chat questions and comments from earlier, if there's anything worthy of discussing. I know some of these probably at this point are irrelevant from earlier on. So sorry I didn't get to them on time, but yeah. Of course, as always, just say thanks for tuning in and watching. It's always greatly appreciated. Thanks for the support. But all right, we'll leave it at that. Where to go from here is now the big question. So thanks to Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and then all written by Nathan D. Mitchell, Dead and Hungry, for sponsoring. Links in the description below, so be sure to check them out. Be sure to like, follow, subscribe to social media as well. It's Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Hit the red subscribe button, notification bell next to as well. Stay up to date. Unfortunately, yes, the Penn State 2023 football season has come to an end. College football season is also coming to an end. Of course, you have the college football playoff on Monday. A week from then, the college football playoff national championship game. Be sure to tune back in. Then I'll have live watch long reactions live right here on YouTube. But then, of course, next year, we'll be here before you know it. And we'll get into that in a minute. So I guess to go on, we will officially give a recap of this game. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Tough one for Penn State. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. They had their chances. Miss didn't do enough. Ole Miss did more. So who knows next time they play? Because today was the first ever meeting, and both schools have been around for years and years. And Ole Miss just got their first 11-win season today. So congrats to them. Penn State falls to 10-3 with a loss. And like I said, Eli Manning gets the better of Chad Powers. Penn State's still going to have to eventually try to get back to the Peach Bowl. Of course, because today was their first ever appearance. With a win, they would have became the first ever college football program once more to win all major college football bowl games, but lost, of course, they lose. Ole Miss wins. So yeah, who knows next time Penn State's back in the Peach Bowl, let alone having the chance to win it. As they had their chances today, but come up, not necessarily just short, but probably stuck inside the red zone there a little bit, if you will. So, yeah, congrats to Ole Miss. The defense for Penn State, did get lit up. I ain't gonna lie. We'll go over the stats once again here in a minute, but that's why I thought at the start was going to be the main, focal point, like Ole Miss's offense versus Penn State defense. Like, there you go, voila, enough said. But, of course, as Yang Yong, the panda at the Atlanta Zoo, was wrong, he picked Penn State to win over Ole Miss. They lost. So, maybe FedEx him back to China. I talked about as well the run game. Ole Miss is, regardless if you won this stat, that stat, whatever. As long as you win the game, that's all that matters. But Ole Miss, truly, I'll go over the stats here in a minute once more. You look at it, it's all Rebs. Like, yeah, the South beat the North in this battle in the Peach Bowl, for sure. Of course, yeah, the more battles you win, the more you're going to win the war, but we all know who won the Civil War, and that was the North or the South. But I'm sure they're yelling the Rebel Yell right now, for sure. But, yeah, the Ole Miss offense, the Penn State defense, it was the passing attack, and then they started around the ball and work clock. Penn State couldn't stop. It was, Penn State's offense not going downfield with wide receivers. It was really all the running backs out of the backfield, the screen game, the tight ends. Turnover cost them, they were able to run the ball. They were able to throw it too, but it wasn't as much as Ole Miss. Like, you want to talk about levels in this game, they were on a different level than Penn State was. and talked about the run game and talked about turnovers and time of possession. Yeah, it's all MISSISSIPPI. Penn State now going to lose for the first time on December the 30th, I might add, too. They're 2-1-1 now. And Ole Miss, if you had them as an underdog, plus the points, there you go. The over would have hit as well, for anybody wondering. But yeah, Penn State's defense, they got lit up. They're going to end the season, for what it's worth, plus 17 in the turnover margin. Plus 16, actually. Remember that fumble, I forgot about that. Could equal out plus 18 with 2 apiece if Ole Miss would have 2 turnovers early in their game, but remember they got overturned. Still plus 16 tops in the nation in the turnover margin. You know, that's how damn good this defense was this season. And the offense really didn't turn the ball over. Well, it only turned it over twice today. That hurt them. Refs let them play, I thought. They did. There might have been 10 total penalties, if that. Yeah, they'll be drinking their hottie toddy for sure down there in Oxford in the Grove. Of course, just need to breathe, relax, for a minute, and we'll hit the reset button and preview next year momentarily. I just want to say thanks for tuning in and watching once more. Always really appreciate it. Thanks for the support. Be sure to subscribe if you haven't done so already. We should tune back in later on tonight, tomorrow as well, next weekend, and the next days, weeks, months to come, live right here on YouTube for college football, NFL, professional wrestling, live watch long reactions with myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool and Luke 96. And then Penn State will kick off 2024 next fall. So be sure to tune back in. But what else we got? Of course, it's 5 o'clock somewhere as this bowl season continues with the next few games on tap on the schedule here. Penn State offensively was knee deep, and you know what? They were stuck there for a little while. It was truly. Ole Miss came out and won this game in the second half because it was still Penn State's for the taking. They had their chances. They did. But came up just a little short. Close, but no cigar. So, all right, I think that's about it in that regard. So we discussed everything for the most part earlier throughout the entirety of the game. As, couldn't take care of business and finish the season strong. Come up just short, with an L. And like I said, now it's James Franklin, Annie Kotelnicki, and Tom Allen as your head coach, offensive, and defensive coordinators for the Blue and White next season. And what could have been peachy for Penn State, maybe some peachy Paterno creamery ice cream in celebration with the win. It's probably going to be a lot of Coca-Cola, but forget the second half to it. But no, I'm not that type. I'm not that way. Not the sugar, but the other white stuff that also has the same name. You get my point. Joking around. Trying to boost one way or another here after the loss. Yeah, I don't even know the next time I'll be eating chicken now. I mean, especially Chick-fil-A. I mean, just gonna fucking piss me off. Circle back and you think about this. Well, yeah, they lost. Of course, they're still closed on Sundays anyway. Today's Saturday, but still, you get my point. But yeah, just, man. Tough. Very tough. So here's your final stats and scores now. As you look around college football, we're going to officially recap. Be sure to check out my bowl game preview once more if you haven't done so already. We're going to officially recap everything that's happened during this college football bowl season during the national championship game a week from Monday. So be sure to tune back in for that. And of course, we'll either have Michigan, Washington, Texas, Alabama playing one another for the national championship. Whoever wins the Rose Bowl between Michigan and Alabama's in the national title game versus either Washington or Texas, whoever wins the Sugar Bowl. So yeah, the Rose and Sugar Bowl are your semis on Monday. 2 winners to meet the national title game a week from Monday, January the 8th. So be sure to tune back in. Then I'll have live watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube then. Schedule sort of looks like, as with this game wrapping up today, Peach Bowl with Ole Miss, Penn State. Got AEW World's End tonight. NFL Week 17 tomorrow with the Steelers and the Seahawks at this point in time as well. Monday, we'll be watching the games. WWE will have a day one for Monday Night Raw. We'll be tuning in to watch that, so we should tune back in live on YouTube then. So we'll, have insight on the college football playoff semis at that point in time too. Next Friday as well, for WWE having a New Year's Revolution on Friday Night SmackDown. Week 18 in the NFL next weekend. The Steelers will be at the Ravens. Still don't know a date or time. It's either going to be next Saturday or next Sunday. And then, of course, the NFL playoffs begin the following weekend. Of course, you have the national championship game the day after the NFL regular season ends on Monday, January the 8th. So that as well. Then the NFL playoffs begin. You'll have the WWE Royal Rumble at the end of January. And then 2 weeks from then, be Super Bowl 58. Sunday, February 10th, I do believe it is, in Sin City, Las Vegas, Nevada. As if you had Ole Miss plus the points today, yeah, you obviously won that bet, and Vegas would have lost money in that regard, but would have won money if you had Penn State, and then of course Nate Lions lose. But yeah, we're going to recap the whole entire bowl season officially a week from Monday during the national title games. We should get back in then, because of course we still have all these games to finish up today, and then more New Year's Bowl games on Monday, and then yeah, just national title game, and then the college football season's over with. And college football, sort of as we know it, it's going to be done, because next year begins a whole new thing we've never seen in big-time Division I FBS college football until now, as they'll have a 12-team playoff. And the season will, extend on, a few more weeks. But all right, enough on that talk. We'll talk more about that then. But your final stats and scores from the Peach Bowl: Ole Miss defeating Penn State 38-25, your final score. Jordan Watkins was 1-1 for 15 yards passing. Remember, that was a trick play on 4th down. It was completed to the quarterback and Jackson Dart for 15 yards. Dart passing, though, he threw darts for sure. 25 of 40, 379 yards passing, and not one, on 2, but 3 touchdowns. And they also had 1 rushing touchdown, and then a few field goals to get to the 38 points they scored today. As Judkins had 34 carries for 106 yards rushing. Bentley 3 of 19, Dart 8 of 14, and a touchdown. So Ole Miss total as a team 47 carries and 146 yards rushing and a touchdown. The tight end Caden Prescorn had 10 catches, $136 and 2 touchdowns. One of those touchdowns was off of the Penn State interception. That was a difference in this game. Unless it, would have been a, hell of a lot closer. And then later on, perspective narrative is mentioned, Penn State scores, they win the game, potentially, if, they don't turn the ball over there earlier as they did, if everything else plays out the way it did. But he led the team in receiving. Caden Prescorn did 10 catches, $136 and 2 touchdowns. Trey Harris had 7 catches, 134 yards receiving. D. Wade, 361. Kevon Lee, who's at Mississippi State, former Nittany Lion, but Caden Lee, 3 of 29. Jackson Dart had his catch for 15 yards. Judkins, the 14-yard receiving touchdown as well, the backfield. Ole Miss had a fumble recovery off of Drew Aller. Also had an interception off of him earlier as well. Penn State's defense almost had, 2 potential turnovers earlier in the game, but they were overturned. Refs, I thought, once again let them play. Davis was 3 of 3 on field goals with a long of 52. With 12 total points, and they win by 13. So, the field goals, he misses them, or that's what it could have been a hell of a lot worse. Luckily they were field goals. But their touchdowns, it's worse. But, they get off the field, maybe not even force a field goal. Like, it's right there, man. And then Penn State, Bo Brillo, 101 as well. Had a 48-yard passing touchdown to Nick Singleton right before halftime. As Singleton had 4 catches, 86 yards receiving and a touchdown. Drew Aller was 19 of 39, 295 yards passing, 2 touchdowns. 1 to Theo Johnson, the other Harrison Wallace, as they finally got the wide receivers involved in the game, but it was too late in the fourth quarter. Of course, Aller with his interception led to 7 Ole Miss points. There was balance in the run game with the 2 backs and Allen and Singleton. The fat man had 10 carries, 51 yards rushing, and his lightning at Gatorade, Big Dick Nick, 8 of 50. Singleton had over 100 all-purpose yards today, as Fat Man did not have a catch. So he had 10 carries, 51 yards rushing. Singleton, 8 of 50 on the ground. Aller, I thought, ran the ball pretty well. He tucked it and ran a few times, 5 of 40. Perbula, give me a hell yeah, 3 of 16. Trey Potts had 2 carries, 10 yards. Tyler Warren led the team in receiving with 5 catches, 127 yards. As a tight end, once again, was truly like the number 1 receiver as it's been for the most part of the season. Had Nick Singleton behind him, 4 of 86 in the touchdown. They finally went to the receivers late, but it was too late. These stats, they added up, but it wasn't how, it played out, because none of the receivers had a catch until like 12 minutes to play in the fourth quarter in the whole entire game. Like, that's just absolutely pathetic that for whatever reason they did not get the wide receivers the ball. I get, it was working out in the run game, and it was working out in the screen game, and it was working out getting the ball to the tight ends. But you got to go to the, receivers. It's not like they didn't go to, the receivers. They did take a couple shots. One of them was picked off. Had another, penalty on the other. They took their chances, but they couldn't execute. It's all got to add up. Liam Clifford, and of course it didn't. 325 for the Little Red Dog. Theo Johnson had 2 catches, 16 yards, and a touchdown in his final game as a Nittany Lion. Dinkins, 1 of 12. Drew Aller had a catch for 10 yards, which doesn't seem right, because remember that trick play was negative. I don't know why that's in the stat book, but it is. Unless I forgot and completely missing something. But 2 turnovers, total 7 points. Falcons missed a 51-yarder. It was blocked. So he's 1-2 on field goals. So, I mean, add another 3 points, they're down by 10. Yeah, you still got to score and get a field goal to, attempt to tie it up if everything, shakes out the way it did. But overall team stats, that's just looking at it, that way from that perspective with the score. But, I mean, shit. Ole Miss had as many first downs as, they almost had points at 30 to Penn State's 21. Neither team was great on third down today. I mean, they got better in the second half. Ole Miss was 7 of 18. Penn State 6 of 15. Penn State 1 of 2 on fourth down, where Ole Miss was 3 of 3 on fourth down. Excuse me. Had over 1,000 total yards in this game. 540 for Ole Miss and 510 for Penn State. I get late, yeah, you're going to not necessarily have garbage time because you still have the starters out there, but the yards are going to add up. Ole Miss won the passing. Penn State won the rushing. Ole Miss won the penalty battle, won the turnover battle, controlled the clock as well by a good 7 minutes. And, well, yeah, they win, no shit. We had 394 passing to Penn State's 343. Penn State with a $167 on the ground compared to their 146. 11 total penalties. 5 for 26 for Ole Miss, 6 of 50 for Penn State. Thought the refs let them play, though. I did. Those 11 do add up, but they called it even down the middle. They let them play. And they were calling it both ways. The turnovers and the time of possession hurt Penn State because they couldn't get off the field. And then they turned the ball over offensively. And one of them led 7 points. And then, you lose by, 2 scores, but it's still closer late. If you have the ball like they did and then they score, they win. It's a whole different perspective and a narrative that way. Because the total time of possession ended up 33-38 and an advantage Ole Miss to 26-22 for Penn State. So that's the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl. Ole Miss defeats Penn State 38-25. Once again, your final score. Penn State still has not won consecutive back-to-back 2 straight bowl games since they won 3 in a row, 2005, 2006, 2007. Moving on to next season. James Franklin at the helm. You'll have Andy Kotelnicki coming over from Kansas as the offense coordinator, and Tom Allen, the former Indiana head coach, to become the defense coordinator. The season will begin officially August the 31st. But, of course, from now until then, there's still going to be a lot to go through. I'm not getting into, rosters. I'm not right now. Just because at this point in time we know how crazy college football is, okay, to begin with. But with, an extra add-in of, I get, okay, you have, recruiting in the transfer portal, realignments, running wild once more. The Big Ten's going to look totally different next year. But it's the NIL with, recruiting in the transfer portal. I'm not getting into next year's roster at this point in time because who knows who's where right now, okay? Because there's still a lot that can change from late December to, August, okay? But at this point in time, though, bearing any more changes, we do know, unless there is, what the schedule looks like at this point in time. Of course, going to have to wait, 8-9 months or so before fall camp, and then the season beginning for next year. But as always, going to be here before you know it. Next season for Penn State. First off, this spring, the blue-white game will be April the 13th, as the previous weekend before in the city of brotherly love at the Link in Philadelphia, WrestleMania 40 for the WWE will be taking place. So there's that. Then you have, as Easter is March 31st, April Fool's Day, that Monday. Happy birthday, Mom. But then you have WrestleMania. Penn State Blue-White game will be April the 13th. It was either going to be then or the 20th. But Penn State, as they were supposed to host in 2020, the United States Wrestling Olympic trials to determine who's going to the Summer Games. But because of COVID, those were postponed. They're now getting them this year in 2024 before the Paris, France Games next summer. So the Blue-White game will be April the 13th. The United States Wrestling Olympic Trials will be at the Bryce Jordan Center on the campus of Penn State Saturday, April the 20th, and Sunday, April the 21st. I'm sure that Friday as well, there's going to be something going on as well. But then remember, the following weekend, Penn State at Beaver Stadium, because of the alignment, with the university, sort of all in order now, from the president to the athletic director and so on and so forth. Knowing Beaver Stadium, it needs to be used more than it does, let alone not realignment, but as realignment's happening in college football, there's going to be, a few new teams coming to Beaver Stadium next year, take on Penn State, I might add, too. But renovations with construction going to be starting at the end of next season. So potentially in the future, as late April the 27th, Penn State will host Luke Combs for the second ever concert at Beaver Stadium that Saturday night, as he's got his stadium tour continuing on. And, but I got a beer in my hand here for Penn State losing to Ole Miss in the Peach Bowl. But, beer never broke my heart, so. With that being said, Luke Combs playing this only the second ever concert at Beaver Stadium, late April. Potentially with the renovations, as they know there's money to be made. They never had concerts before because they didn't want to fuck up the field. They turned down numerous acts through the years. From the Rolling Stones to the Garth Brooks and, potentially Taylor Swift, from what I've heard. But, so if not now, when they're going to be starting, construction at the end of next season. So that'll be happening this upcoming spring. And then it'll hopefully lead potentially to other stuff other than just Penn State football inside of Beaver Stadium. But we all know, for the most part, as high academic as Penn State is, that, Penn State's in the position they are in because of the football program. As good as they've been through the years, they're still here, of course. We are Penn State, but Penn State's a football school. It's academics, but they're a football school. All the other athletics can say, well, it's because of us or, whatever, but Penn State's a football school. Okay? Always has been, always will be because of Joe Paterno. Wrestling's at a peak. The basketball teams at times are good. Volleyball's pretty good. Of course, you have hockey now too, but university runs off football. It does. If you don't believe that, think harder. Think about it, okay? Because it truly does. But also, it's a team, group, university effort. Because Penn State's Penn State. Bleed blue and white. So I'll leave it at that. But yeah, so that's coming up in the spring. And then next season for football, in college football, the 12-team playoff will in fact begin. And Penn State, I might add, would have made the new 12-team college football playoff 6 overall times the past decade under James Franklin. Okay? The years they won of would have been his first 2 years in 14 and 15, and then the 2 years before last year. Because remember, entering last year, before they went 11 and 2 and won the Rose Bowl, finished 10 and 3 here this year. We lost in the Peach Bowl. But 20 and 21, those were the other 2 years. But they did not, finish inside the top 12. They were 11 and 11 overall total from 20 to 21. From 0 and 5 to 4 and 5 to 5 and 0 to 7 and 6. 11 and 11 entering 22. The year 2022, even though 11 and 11 is 22, I don't want to confuse anybody. But then they won 11 games last year. They won 10 games this year. Yeah, they would have made the college football playoff with the 12-team format 6 overall times under James Franklin in the past decade. 14, 15, and 20, and 21 were the 4 years they didn't. And then I did some research, as I mentioned earlier, went down a rabbit hole one night with the figuring out Penn State's, last time they had 3 shutouts in one season. Up until now in 21, it was, late 70s, and then on down the line with, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 shutouts and so on and so forth over the past 100 years. Went down another rabbit hole with Penn State being a top 12 team at the end of the season. With the final ranking, okay, which, give or take on a few of them, they would have been in the top 12 entering the game anyway, win or loss, let alone draw, because back then, of course, you had some ties. But yeah, Penn State the past decade for the 12-team college football playoff, if it would have been, active rather than the 4-team. Now it's going to 12 teams next year. Really, now, yeah, it's like we get top 11 team and you're in, okay? And then it's a whole new season at that point. You don't know what's going to happen, but yeah, they would have made the 12-team college football playoff 6 overall times the past decade, 14, 15, 20, and 21, the years they won it of. But all time throughout history for Penn State football, Penn State has finished inside the AP top 12. I get, okay, you have the coaches poll, the AP top 25. You have the college football playoff rankings now for the past decade as well. But Penn State, inside the AP top 12 at the end of the season, they would have finished inside the top 12 throughout program history, all time, ever. 32 overall times, okay? But that's pretty fucking impressive. Like, they're right there, yet they're so close, yet so far away. That's what's frustrating about it. So, the college football playoff going to 12 teams once more next year. Yeah, basically you got to be ranked in the top 11 at the end of the season. I mean, I would say 12. It's the top 12, yeah, but Penn State's in the Big Ten. That 12th team is going to be the highest ranked non-Power 5 conference champion, okay? So it ain't going to be Penn State. So you got to be in the top 11 then at that point, which they've still been in. But yeah, if you're ranked in the top 12 for the 12-team playoff, you'll be in the playoffs, mainly year after year. Of course, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. The top 4 teams for the 14 playoff that it is now, they wouldn't even have to play the semifinals. Right off the bat, the top 4 teams in the 12-team playoff will get a first-round bye. The 5th-ranked team, of course, will play the 12th, 6, 11, 7, 10, 8, 9. You get the point. But the teams, of course, ranked higher, 5, 6, 7, 8, they will get a first-round home game. So if you're, 9, 10, 11, 12, you have to go on the road. God knows where against who. But it's basically survive and advance. It's the playoffs. Playoffs, you kidding me? Playoffs, yeah, playoffs. But yeah, survive and advance. I mean, if you know a bracket, with March Madness, and you keep winning, you're moving on. Which it could open the door for potential matchups against opponents that you didn't think teams would be playing at that point in time of the year, whether they've met before or not. Like there's going to be a lot of real intrigue. Just hopefully Penn State, now that they've been in the top 12, what I say, 6 times the past decade, and 32 times overall throughout history, that in the first year, let alone, moving forward into a 12-team playoff, that they're not going to be in the 12-team, playoff because they're not ranked high enough. Like, they still got to take care of business. It's not like they're going to automatically be there at the end of the year. They still got to win games. But that would be a dagger that, so close, yet so far away. And then it does go to 12, and then you're still on the fucking outside looking in. I don't want that to happen. But the first round games are going to be on campus. Dates at this point in time, of course, still could change. Just because, we don't know what the hell's going to happen from now until next fall, with football season beginning then. Hell, it ain't over now, but it'll be here before you know it. Of course, one day at a time, don't know what the hell's going to happen. But first round games are going to be on campus, be right before Christmas, December the 20th and 21st. And then the quarterfinals, along with the semifinals, will be the New Year's 6 bowl games. The quarterfinals will be on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day 2025 next season for the first year of the 12-team college football playoff, with the quarterfinals being the Fiesta, Peach, Rose, and Sugar Bowl. The semifinals will be on January the 9th and 10th. The Orange and Cotton Bowls will have those 2 games. Of course, as the years go by, everything will rotate as it already has, the past decade with the 4-team. Like, when the Rose and Sugar are the semis, it's Rose and Sugar, and then it's the, Fiesta and Peach and Cotton and Orange for the most part. Those are your, 3-year rotations. And then the national championship for next season, rather than January 8th, as it's going to be in a couple weeks, a week from Monday actually, for the final year of the 4-team playoff, the national championship for the first year of the 12-team college football playoff will be on Monday, January the 20th. So it extends the college football season by about a week and a half or 2 or so. And of course, as this Peach Bowl is played in Atlanta, national championship game this year in Houston, Texas, but next year will be in the ATL as well. And that'll be right around the time, hopefully, the United States of America is, swearing in a new president and his inauguration. But you look at it, there's a max of 17 potential total games. You have 12 in the regular season. You have your conference championship. I mean, if you win your conference title, though, you're probably going to be getting a bye, unless you're ranked 5th. And then you still have to play, but get a home game then in the first round. But yeah, 12 games in the regular season. You got your conference championship game. That makes 13, and then you got the first round, the quarters, the semis, and then the national championship game. So yeah, like I was saying, a max of 17 potential total games for college football to run roughshod and be champs at the end of the year. Whether you're 17-0 or whatever, because you could have a couple losses and still win it. There's going to be a max of 17 potential games. And then remember, of course, still, you'll have the other college football bowl games going on. NFL playoffs will be beginning. There'll be a lot going on. Of course, there's always a lot going on in college football as usual, but then still a lot unknown with what the future is going to hold with college football, because, just who knows with how crazy it normally is, but then it's been the past couple years to get to this point, because whoever thought it'd get to a 12-team playoff, even though we've been wanting it, Now it'll be, well, that 13th team, well, because they didn't get in, they got to expand it to 16. It stayed at 4 for 10 years. It's going to be staying at 12 for quite a while too. Like that won't change. So yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll just have to overall see what happens. But then for the 2024 Penn State season, that'll begin late August and then run to late November. They'll have 12 matchups, 9 of them against bowl-eligible teams from this year. Will be on tap next season. Once again, be here before you know it. The new 18-team Big Ten will have no divisions, I might add. The teams that Penn State won't play will be Oregon, Rutgers, Indiana, Michigan, Michigan State, Northwestern, Iowa, and Nebraska. They'll get 2 bye weeks. One of them is going to be very early in the season. Be the earliest bye week since 2002, mid-September. As they'll start on the road. Penn State will begin the season at West Virginia next year, on the road for the 4th time in the past 5 years. So yeah, August 31st, Penn State at West Virginia, the Lions' first trip to Morgantown since 1992. Then a week later, September the 7th, Penn State will host Bowling Green to be the first meeting between the Falcons and Lions since Joe Paterno won his 300th career game. Then the first bye week on September the 14th. Earliest bye week once again since 2002. They'll then host Kent State in the final non-conference game of the season, even though a few, Big Ten games are going to still feel like non-conference matchups, but they will be Big Ten conference games beginning next year into 2024 and beyond, with USC, UCLA, Oregon, and Washington joining the conference. Penn State will then host Illinois. Of course, they met earlier this season in Champaign. Be Illinois' first trip to Happy Valley since the 9 overtime win for the Fighting Illini back in 21. But the first home opener for Penn State in the Big Ten Conference since 2015. Yeah, the first Big Ten opener at home for Penn State since 2015. It was Rutgers in their second year in the Big Ten then. Illinois will be the first Big Ten opener home for Penn State since 2015. Not overall Big Ten opener for the season, home or away. Yeah, Penn State's gone on the road to begin conference play every single year since then. The first Big Ten opener home for Penn State since 2015 when they host Illinois late September. And then they'll host UCLA. Penn State will host the UCLA Bruins October the 5th. It'll actually be the first meeting since 1968, even though Penn State, of course, just went to the Rose Bowl, their home stadium, last year and won the Granddaddy Mall over Utah. And yeah, first meeting since 1968, 7th overall. UCLA entering the Big Ten along with SC and Oregon and Washington once more. So you'll have, history with the 4 of them. They've met before, but at least those rivalries on the West Coast are, gonna stay intact for what it's worth. How the hell the Pac-12 exploded beats the hell out of me. But UCLA comes to Happy Valley for the first time since 1967, October the 5th, as Penn State will host UCLA. Then Penn State will go to USC a week later on the 12th of October. Be the first meeting since the 2017 Rose Bowl at the end of the 16 season, and Penn State's first visit, not to Los Angeles, they went to the Rose Bowl last year, but to the LA Memorial Coliseum since 1991. And both those games, UCLA and USC for Penn State, Big Ten conference games. Who would ever thought, but here we are. Like I said, it's going to take some time to get used to because it's still going to feel like a non-conference game, but it'll be a conference game. Then the second bye week is a week later, and then as the 5-game stretch through hell for Penn State continues, a very tough 5-game stretch, we'll go to Madison, Wisconsin, before then early to mid-October next year, they have back-to-back home games against Ohio State and Washington on November the 2nd, November the 9th, respectively. So there is a month gap in between the UCLA and Ohio State home games, I might add, because they're away. They got a bye week, and then they're away again before they come home. So a tough 5-game stretch. You got UCLA, USC, Wisconsin, Ohio State, and Washington, with 3 of those at home being UCLA, and then on the back half of it, Ohio State and Washington. But then you got to go to USC and Wisconsin in between with a bye week as well, that second bye week. First bye week, I mean, yeah, it'll help out. You'd probably like them. Yeah, they're going to be spaced out, but you'd probably like them both to be somewhat towards the end of the year if you could. Like I said, earliest bye week for Penn State since 2002 comes September the 14th. That's their first bye week. The second bye week, October the 19th. So, yeah. Ohio State will roll into Happy Valley. Buckeyes battling as they just lost the Cotton Bowl last night to Missouri. Penn State losing the Peach Bowl here today to Ole Miss. But yeah, Ohio State at Penn State November the 2nd, and then Washington comes to Happy Valley for the first time ever, November the 9th. Be the Huskies and the Lions. 2 teams have met 3 previous times, 1921, 1983, and most recently in the Fiesta Bowl 6 years ago today, December the 30th, 2017, in which Penn State won that game. They also won the Aloha Bowl on Christmas back in 1983, a year after they would have won their first national championship under Joe Paterno. And then to finish the season out, Penn State will go to Purdue and to Minnesota, and then after Thanksgiving, they'll get Maryland at home. So, and then like I said, if you're ranked in the top 11 then at the end of the season, for a 12-team playoff, 12th team is going to be the highest ranked non-Power 5 champ. So it ain't going to be Penn State. Unless that 12th ranked team is the highest ranked non-Power 5 champ at that point in time, then okay, there's your 12. But you're in the top 11 at the end of the year. That's really the threshold now. That's the point you got to get to, because you'll be in the playoffs. Okay, regardless how many wins or losses, you're only going to have 1, 2, maybe 3 losses though, if it comes down to it. So it'd be like in the NFL, you can afford a loss here and there now. You can. Even though you want to win them all, you're not going to unless you go undefeated. Yeah, just one of those that's what I'm saying. I'm not really that worried. Not yet, at least. I'm not. Check back with me, if they start shit in the bed. But yeah, really, it's just be in the top 11. Okay? You're in the college football playoff then. If, you're 1, 2, 3, 4, you get a bye. 5, 6, 7, 8, you get a home game. And then, you move on to the quarters and semis in the respective New Year's 6 bowl game that it'll be at that point in time. But if you're 9, 10, 11, 12, then you're going on the road. And that's what I said. They've been there 6 times in the top 12 the past decade. 32 times overall. But with undefeated seasons and 2 national championships, they have yet, even though they should have made the college football playoff, I might add, in 2016 got screwed. They have yet to make the college football playoff. So they're going to benefit, even with the loss today, a lot with the college football playoff going from 4 to 12, no doubt about it. So, and then, yeah, once again, it'll be surviving in advance. So you're just going to be playing a lot more football, and you got to stay healthy. At least hope to. So, of course, came up on the losing end today. Penn State loses to Ole Miss 38-25. Once again, your final score in the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl today. But as always, just want to say thanks for tuning in once more and watching. Be sure to like, follow, subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. But I think this is about going to do it. For today's live watch long reactions and for the season as well. So yeah, that's about it. There's not much else to be said. Of course, once again, losing sucks. We'll hope for a win, but just is what it is at the end of the day. So, as always, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. And now from 2023, we're on to 2024 already. So, for everyone, had a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year as well. And I'll see everybody when I see you. Next college football live stream will be the national championship games. We should back in for that. But Penn State, well, we got some time in front of us to kill before next season begins. So be a long off season after the loss, no doubt about it. But as always, for the glory of Old State, we are Penn State. You just gotta tell yourself, think about it. It could be a hell of a lot worse. Because they are in a damn good spot. They just got to, get over a little hump that might not be that big of a hump as we've seen it to be the past few years as we'll enter next year. That's what I'm saying. If they're going to continue on with how they've been playing, they're going to be just fine. They'll be in it at the end of the year. They'll be in the thick of it and, be playing more football. And we'll be here along for the ride, and hopefully you'll be too. As I'll continue on with more live streams, live watch-along reactions of Penn State Line football live right here on YouTube. So be sure to tune back in then. But in the meantime, once more, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. So, Ole Miss defeats Penn State 38-25 in the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl today. Ole Miss 11-2 on the season. Penn State falls to 10-3, but now it's on to 2024. So let me know your thoughts and opinions on the 2023 season in the comments below, and what you're most forward looking to into the future for just not college football, but Penn State in particular. So once more, thanks for tuning in and watching. For the glory of Old State, we are Penn State, as we all know. They are heroes. They are winners. They are Penn State football. Y'all come back now, you hear?